Well, good morning. It's 9 o'clock. My name is Jim McIntyre, Councillor Jim McIntyre. Today is the 18th of September. We have a planning and development meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Are there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we're going to move to public meetings. Now, I'll start with today. There will be two public meetings regarding proposed development applications in accordance with the Planning Act. I am pleased to advise that this is being broadcast live on the Township's YouTube channel, where a recording of this meeting will be available. Notice of the meeting was sent by first-class mail to all property owners within 120 meters or 400 feet of the subject properties. Signage was also posted on the subject properties to provide information about the applications. All of this was in accordance with the Planning Act process for a statutory public meeting. The purpose of the meeting is to inform and provide the public and the Planning and Development Committee with an opportunity to ask questions or express views with respect to the proposal. The format of the public meeting will be as follows. Number one, the applicant's agent will generally explain the purpose and effect of the applications. Secondly, Township staff can provide further information and clarify any statements of the applicant and or their agents. Thirdly, next, the public will be permitted to ask questions and express views on the proposal, and then the public portion of the meeting will be closed. And finally, members of the committee will be given the opportunity to ask questions for clarifications on the proposal and provide comments. At the conclusion of the meeting, the applicant, their agent, and if required, Township staff will be given the opportunity to respond to the questions and comments received. No decision will be made today at the public meetings. Following the public meetings, the information obtained, including questions and comments submitted by members of the public and committee, will assist the applicant, Township, and our consulting team and the County of Simcoe to determine the next steps. The Township is approval authority for the proposed zoning bylaw amendments, and the County of Simcoe is the current approval authority for the proposed draft plan of subdivision, for which the committee may recommend bylaws applications to be considered by the Township Council or ask for additional information prior to Council's consideration. If in the future, the County of Simcoe, who is the current approval authority for the draft plan of subdivisions, and or the Township Council decide in favor of the applicant's application by the adopting recommendations for this committee, members of the committee and or specified persons who have provided oral or written submissions but disagree with the decisions may be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal under the Planning Act. Individuals attending the public meeting in person or by YouTube, Zoom, or telephone may email or contact the Township's Planning Department to submit contact information to receive notice of the decisions on the applications. We're moved down to the applicant's presentation. I now call on the applicant's agent, Josh Morgan from Morgan Planning and Development, to please present the information provided within C.1.3.1 of the agenda package and explain the purpose and effect of this application. Josh, feel free to move forward. Whichever you're comfortable. Welcome, Josh.
Thank you. Is this, am I live? Okay, great. Thank you very much. If I could ask the clerk, Ms. Gray, if you could bring the presentation up. Thank you. Just to introduce myself, my name is Josh Morgan. I'm a registered professional planner and principal of Morgan Planning and Development. We're a land use planning firm that's been operating in Aurelia for about 15 years. I've been on this file since 2018. So we've been at it for a long time. I'll go through the chronology of the application through my presentation. And just I'd like to introduce behind to my right is Alicia Kimberly. Alicia is a hydrogeologist who's been engaged on the file for quite a while. She is with Tatham Engineering. She's the only other professional that has joined me today. And that was in anticipation of questions that council or members of the public may have related to water primarily. And I can touch on any of the other professional reports that we've submitted through my presentation. So if we could probably flip to the second slide. We're here, of course, to speak about the property known municipally as 2060 Division Road. And of course, the property is located in the Marchmont settlement area. You'll see Highway 12 to the, I'll say to the west, a large commercial, primarily vacant commercial property immediately adjacent to the subject lands to the west. We have, I'll call them rural residential lands to the north. Those lands, I believe, are also within the settlement area. I believe also there may be a draft plan of subdivision application that has recently been approved just north of the subject property. And then to the east of the subject property is Carriage Court, which is sort of a typical residential subdivision in the Marchmont community. And then similarly to the south of the subject property is Division Road. And on the south side of Division Road, there are, again, typical, estate almost residential subdivisions to the south. And what we're proposing via the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision applications are a similar type of subdivision to that which you see to the south, to the east, and soon to the north of the subject lands. The property has, actually, if you could just flip back to that slide, it's better to look at the picture rather than my text. So the property has about 480 meters of frontage onto Division Road, so quite a stretch. Approximately 50 meters of frontage onto Carriage Court. So just on the east side of the property, you can see where Carriage Court touches I'll call it the southeast edge of the subject lands. That's about a 50-meter frontage. And then the property sort of deviates away from Carriage Court, or Carriage Court deviates away from the property. The property is about 32 acres in size. And it includes sort of meadowlands, a woodland, and some wetland features, which will be protected through this planning approval process. And the property is vacant of any structures. That is, with the exception of 3 wells, four wells, which have been drilled on the property. And also there's a hydro corridor, which extends across, crosses Highway 12, and it extends across the northwest. Thank you, that's very helpful. Extends across the northwest corner of the property. And hydro has been circulated on these applications. We have received their comment. We've incorporated their comments into our development proposal. So I just wanted you to be aware that we are working with hydro through this process. I guess 2 slides forward, please. So just like the planning policy and zoning piece here. So the property on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see that the property has a rural holding 31 zone and a small little environmental protection zone. So the environmental protection zone is down in the bottom right-hand corner, just a small little pocket of, it's almost like a creek down in that corner. And then the rest of the property is zoned rural holding 31 zone, which means you can't build anything on the property as a result of the holding zone until such time as I come forward to this body of decision makers and seek a zoning bylaw amendment, which is what we're doing here today. On the right-hand side, you'll see that the property is designated country residential area. So it's not the orange piece on the image on the right-hand side. We're not talking about the piece on the left. That's another property. It's the sort of hatched yellowish color on the right-hand side. That's the country residential area land use designation. Okay, and what that designation permits is residential subdivisions such as the one that we're proposing. So from a policy perspective, from the municipality's policy perspective, the subdivision and the zoning bylaw amendment applications that are before you today are permitted by the country residential land use designation. Next slide, please. In terms of the chronology of the applications, So we first pre-consulted with the township and the county in March of 2018. So we've been at this for 6.5 years. In November of 2021, we made our first submission of the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan applications. In February of 2022, we had a public information meeting before this same council to answer questions and from council and also members of the public. In November of 2022, we made our second submission. In May of 2023, we made our third submission. In May of 2024, we made our fourth submission. And here we are in September of 2024. So we've made 4 submissions to the municipality. Those include environmental impact studies and resubmissions, hydrogeological submissions, and detailed civil engineering design. So stormwater management plans, lock rating plans, erosion and settlement control plans. We also submitted an archaeological assessment, which has been submitted to the Ministry of Culture for a clearance letter, which we're waiting for now. And we're hopeful that in October or November of 2024, council will make a decision. Council of Severn Township will make a decision on the zoning amendment and recommend to the County of Simcoe that the draft plan of subdivision be approved. Next slide, please. So actually, maybe what we'll do is flip 2 more slides, and we can look at the draft plan. So the development concept proposes a creation of a 23-lot subdivision. So Division Road is at the bottom of the screen. Carriage Court is on the right-hand side of the screen. This subdivision is proposed with 3 streets. Street A, which would extend immediately across from Dunford Drive off of Division Road, directly to the north, we'll call it, towards Marchmont. And then Street A has been designed to continue under the hydro corridor in the future if a subdivision is to go on the lands adjacent to the north. The municipality asked us to allow for a road extension to continue through the property to allow for future development, which we have accommodated in this plan. Street B then wraps around from Street A. There we go. That's Street B. And then you'll see there's a connection between Street B and Street C. That's a walkway connection. So that's so that if, my family were to live on the on Street B, my kids were going to Marchmont Public School, they could walk safely through that block to Street C and then onto the school. And then Street C, so we've been through Street A and Street B. Street C is designed with an entrance onto Carriage Court, and it would provide street frontage to 7 lots. And you may ask, why is the second access onto Carriage Court and not onto Division Road? That's because through consultation with the Township of Severn's professionals and the County of Simcoe's professionals and correspondence with multiple traffic engineers, it was decided that the safest place to put the second entrance was Carriage Court. There are also considerations related to the natural heritage features on the property and not wanting to bring a second entrance off of Division Road and bisecting the wetland. So we avoided the wetland, we satisfied the traffic engineers, and in order to do that, the Street C comes in off of Carriage Court. And I guess just in terms of servicing, of course, as council's aware, there are no services available to this part of the municipality. There's no water, there's no sanitary service. So this subdivision has been designed on private wells and private septic systems. Okay, so what shall we do here? I guess we'll flip to the slide 3 or 4 slides forward, which is the zoning bylaw amendment schedule. Thank you very much. So what we're proposing is to place the property into 3 distinct zones. There would be bear with me here. So there would be a residential 1 exception zone, which applies to all of the lands which would be developed with homes and septic systems and wells. And then that's the predominant zone on the property. Then there's a site-specific environmental protection zone, which comes right down the middle of the property. So the boundaries of that EP zone have been negotiated, discussed, and settled upon through conversations with our environmental consultant from Terrastor Environmental and the Severn Sound Environmental Association, and also staff from the Township of Severn. So the boundaries of the EP zone have essentially been agreed upon by the ecologists, people that know more about natural heritage than I do. And this EP zone that we're proposing to apply to the property would have specific provisions that apply only to this property. And those provisions would prohibit any site alteration within the EP lands. And it would require that the boundaries of the EP lands be fenced, because the lot fabric, as you can see on this picture, it actually extends into the EP. So if I buy one of the lots that fronts onto either road street B or street C, part of my property will be zoned residential and part of my property will be zoned EP. So the conditions of approval will necessitate, and the zoning of the EP zoning will necessitate, that the boundary of the EP be fenced, so that I can't get overly ambitious and start cutting the grass and knocking down all the trees. So the zoning will not allow for that to occur. That's a protective measure put in place to protect the environmental features. And then the third zone. So I've spoken about the residential zone, which will apply to the lands that can be disturbed and developed. I've spoken about the site-specific EP zone. And the third zone there is an open space zone. And that will be where the stormwater management pond is located and has been designed. And that open space zone will also include the walkway, which will extend from street B to street C. Okay, so 3 zones: a residential zone, an environmental protection zone, and then an open space zone. And next slide, please. Onto the technical studies. So just a summary of what has been submitted, all that has been submitted in support of these applications. So a functional servicing report prepared by Tatham Engineering, a stormwater management report and stormwater management plans provided by Tatham Engineering, full civil engineering drawings. And to be frank with you, the level of detail of civil engineering work that has taken place actually goes well beyond where we are in the planning approval process right now. We feel we've just made a fifth engineering submission. We're almost at the point, I believe, of getting detailed engineering drawings signed off on by the municipality's engineer. We're not there yet. We just got a few comments a couple of days ago, but we've transitioned our detailed design into the next stage. Assuming that the draft plan will be approved, we're moving forward because our clients, South Shore Homes, they want to start building this thing. So we're moving forward with the detailed engineering design. Traffic impact study prepared by Tatham Engineering, hydrogeologic evaluations prepared not only by E&D Wilson and Associates, but also by Alicia's company through her expertise with Tatham Engineering. As I mentioned, archaeological assessment and environmental impact assessment prepared by TerraStory. So just next slide, please. Almost done. So I thought it was important to note provide a thematic summary of the comments that were received when I came before council in February of 2022. So that was the first public information meeting. So thematically, the questions and comments that we received were related to hydrogeology, environmental protection, sidewalks, the hydro corridor, and traffic. So just some point form notes for each one of these. So 2 additional drill on hydrogeology. 2 additional wells were drilled. When I first came before you, we had drilled 2 already. The township's hydrogeological peer reviewer asked us to drill 2 more, which we've done. So we've now drilled a total of 4 wells. Those wells have been tested and their impacts have been monitored for influence on nearby wells. There have been no complaints of water level interference reported. Quality of water is acceptable. And all hydrogeological submissions have been peer reviewed by the township's consultant. And responses to the most recent peer review, which we received those responses in July, have now been answered as of September the 10th. So just 7 or 8 days ago, we've now responded to the most recent, and I hope the last round of Hydro-G comments. And just to put into context where we're at with the Hydro-G work right now, the technical aspects of the Hydro-G work have been satisfied. The township's peer reviewer is satisfied. Now we're talking about what the draft plan conditions will look like and how they'll be worded. So we're into the nitty gritty of what do the conditions say. And as questions arise in the question and answer period, Alicia will be able to speak to the technical aspects of the Hydro-G stuff. Environmental protection. So we made a second submission of the environmental impact study in November of 2022, answering questions from the Severn Sound Environmental Association. Third submission in April of 2023, And as I mentioned, the zoning bylaw amendment proposes a site-specific environmental protection zone, which will prohibit any site alteration in the EP lands and will ensure that the limit of the EP lands is fenced. Sidewalk. So there has been in years and months prior, there had been quite a bit of discussion about sidewalks. So as I mentioned, we have a block extending through the subdivision, which will connect the west side to the east side, getting people that are living in the subdivision to the corner at Carriage Court. And through discussions with municipal staff, including the township's civil engineer and the public works department and the planning department, it was generally agreed upon, of course, subject to council's decisions, that the developer would make a financial contribution to a sidewalk that will at some point in the future be built on Division Road. And I think staff can speak to this more thoroughly than I can, but my understanding is that the reason why a financial contribution was viewed as a reasonable approach was so that the township could look at sort of pedestrian connections in the entire community and getting kids to school safely, rather than just one piece sidewalk here, sidewalk here, sidewalk there. So my clients will be forced to make a financial contribution, which the township will then apply to sidewalks in the Marchmont community at your chosen time. And then final, but I've already touched on this, is the hydro corridor. I'm sorry. So in a previous iteration of the draft plan, we had parts of 2 lots within the hydro corridor, and that wasn't deemed to be desirable, which I actually agree with. So now the entire hydro corridor, with the exception of the part that goes over part of the road, is within 1 lot. And the hydro corridor, the limit of the hydro corridor setback will be fenced. And we've illustrated through our detailed plans that it's lot 10. That lot 10 is large enough. The part of lot 10 that is outside of the hydro corridor is large enough to accommodate house, well, and septic, and have quite a large yard, actually. So that has satisfied hydro. And then traffic. I've spoken to this already. Really, the purpose or the reason why we have a second road onto Carriage Court, or one access from Carriage and one access on Division, was just a result of communication between the traffic engineers on the file and weighing a whole bunch of different considerations, including the ecology on the site. And that entrance, as it's been designed, is deemed by the traffic engineers to be safe and reasonable. There's only 7 lots accessing that entrance onto Carriage Court. So we're not talking about all 23, or it's just 7. So that's my thematic summary. I don't think I'm going to go through my next slides, which go through all of the various policy. Rather, if I could just go to the final slide, which is the concluding remarks slide, and I'll just speak more generally about it. Council, you're aware, generally speaking, of planning policy, provincial planning policy, county planning policy, and township planning policy all direct residential development to occur, subdivision development to occur in settlement areas. This is a settlement area. We need to be able to illustrate that the lots as proposed can be serviced. We've illustrated that through the process. So the 2020 provincial planning statement, which is currently in place, and the growth plan of the Greater Golden Horseshoe, which is currently in place, will be replaced on October the 20th of 2024 with a new provincial planning statement, it's called. I've looked at all of those documents. I'm not sure what date the decision will be made on this, but whether you make it under the current policy regime or the October 20th new policy regime, this application stands on merit from a policy perspective. And it's also conforms with the Township of Severn and the County of Simcoe's official plans. And I'm sure that the Township planning staff and the County planning staff would agree with that statement. That's all I have for you today. Happy to answer any questions that you have. I'll take a seat back here in case members of the public want to make comment, and then I'll come back to respond to your questions as needed. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Josh. From here, we'll go to staff. Does the Township Senior Planner, Katie Mandeville, have anything further to add to the materials and information presented by the applicant? Over to you, Katie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the only thing I just wanted to clarify from Mr. Morgan's presentation is that the hold would stay on the property. The zoning hold would stay on the property until a subdivision agreement is entered into. So as members of council would be aware, but maybe not members of the public, this is kind of a two-stage process. So essentially what they're applying for is draft plan approval. So with that becomes conditions of approval. So basically they're approved subject to conditions. And that's what they're seeking right now. Once those conditions are fulfilled, then we enter into a subdivision agreement. And then that's when the removal of the hold would come back to this committee. So it's not necessarily seeking that full-on approval to build a subdivision right at this moment. What we're here to talk about is the draft plan and the draft plan conditions. And as Mr. Morgan alluded to earlier, sorry, that's where we are as staff right now, is working on those draft plan conditions and hoping to have those back in front of this committee in a relatively short period once we liaison with the County of Simcoe, who, as mentioned, is our approval authority right now for draft plan of subdivision. So happy to also answer any questions maybe from a staff point of view, but I think that's all I'll say about that right now.
Thank you, Katie. We'll move along to public comments. Any person present in person, on Zoom, or the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registrant participant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have the ability to edit the live stream, to remove any personal information provided in the course submitting comments or questions. We'll turn to Emily. Planner Emily, are there any members of the public registered to speak?
Thank you, Chair. As of this morning, there was no registered participants on Zoom. However, I do believe there may be folks in attendance this morning who may wish to speak.
Thank you. Anyone in the public in chambers here would wish to speak to this question? Please identify yourself. Come forward, sir.
Possibly get the map up of the development. Thank you. My partner Vera is here. We've lived on Carriage Court at 1985 for well over 2 decades. It's our little Mayberry. It's a very, very quiet street all day long. People are walking their dogs, riding their bicycles, teaching their kids to ride a bicycle. There's very, very little traffic. And the impact of this development on Carriage Court is going to be devastating. Our property is a 4-acre property that the road is going to completely come out onto. So not only are we going to have the extra traffic, the disruption to the lifestyle that we have in that neighborhood now. We have headlights pointing at our house. I happen to live in the house that will be facing that that street C. And people will be using Carriage Court now as a cut through to avoid the school zone and the 40-kilometer speed limit there. They'll be coming off Division Road onto Wayman Line, onto Carriage Court to get into that. So it's not just the traffic of the homes that they're planning to put there. It's the service vehicles that are going to be attending to those homes. The people using it as our street now as a cut through. It's going to dramatically change our traffic. And we didn't bargain for this. I don't know if the developer has a plan to keep a treed zone along Carriage Court. But I would highly encourage council not to approve this as presented, but it's not a NIMBY issue. I'm happy to have lots of new homes built. We need new homes, and I'm happy to have them there. I just don't want them to destroy the lifestyle that we bought into and that we enjoy currently. So there's absolutely no reason in my mind. It may cost a little bit more money, but to put that third road, if it's required, out onto Division Road is the answer. It doesn't affect anybody else's neighborhood that way. And Division Road really should have a sidewalk, I believe, because we watch the school children every day walk along the shoulder very dangerously between the convenience store at the corner and the school. So and that's what school kids do. I get it, but that sidewalk I think should be considered by council. Just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Oh, I would also like to know if the Josh could show us where the test wells actually replaced. I'd like to see that because I have the closest well to that property, and obviously very concerned about the ability of our well, which is a very good well currently. And I believe that's all I have, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Dykes. Did you have any response, Mr. Morgan? Thank you. Alicia, you're welcome to step forward.
On this map, so we have a test well on lot 11. So it's at the north corner of Street A and Street B. And then we have another test well. Yeah. And then in that same sort of block of 6, the furthest south one at the other intersection of Street A and Street B. So that's test well 2. And then test well 3 is, I think it's your hydro corridor lot. Yeah, right there. And then the 4th one is. So test well 4 is also by the hydro corridor. So it's those 2 lots right there.
Thank you, Alicia. Ms. Mandeville, do you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just inquiring if council wanted a response to anything else from that neighbor's comments or questions, or if it just was the well location.
Mr. Morgan?
Thank you. I think for me, I'm not a traffic engineer. I was participating in many of the discussions with the engineers and reading the back and forth of comments, and certainly recall the pre-consultation discussions with the county and the township. And it was very clear from the very beginning of this process that there was no desire from the township or the county to have a second entrance onto Division Road. We did have a concept, probably our original concept contemplated a second access on Division Road without access onto Carriage Court. And it was made very clear to us that that would not be acceptable to the municipality or to the county. So we pivoted our plan and revised our plan in accordance with feedback that we received from the county and the township.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Dykes, did you want to make a further comment?
Thank you. I'd still like the planners to identify if there's going to be a forest boundary between the new development and our mature development, and address the fact that I'm now going to have the headlights of every car shining directly on my house coming out of that street C.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Okay, so to the tree buffer. So I'm looking at the plan, which perhaps Ms. Gray could put back up on the screen. So there is a strip of trees which are situated between the edge of Carriage Court and subject property. I have like hard copy plans here that I can show you if you'd like. It doesn't benefit councilor who's on screen there, but okay, I'll hand it. Yeah. I'll take the back myself. Okay, so there is there is a strip of trees within the municipal right of way on Carriage Court which would remain. I see no reason why that would leave. I think I just need to highlight that we're not talking about 23 lots having access to this road. We're talking about 7, right? So if we think about the peak flows of traffic in the morning and the peak flows of traffic at the end of the day, you're talking about 7 families coming in and out of that road in the morning and 7 families coming back into the road at the end of the day. So this is not a high traffic road. This road doesn't lead to anywhere. It doesn't extend to another part of Marchmont. This is a small cul-de-sac with 7 lots on it. So I think we need to put into context the volume of traffic that is going to be using this road. This is an area of the municipality that is within a designated settlement. It is void of environmental heritage features, and it's identified by the township's policies as a part of land that is to be developed, and that's what we're bringing forward today. So in terms of the headlights, I'd have to probably talk to Mr. Dykes or maybe meet him on his property and see if there's anything that we can do there in terms of plantings. I don't have this sort of technical understanding to be able to answer his question on that right now. But I'm sensitive to what he's saying. I understand his concerns regarding the headlights. I'm sure that there's a way that we can address it. I just don't want to promise something in live form right now. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who had wished to make a comment with respect to this application in the audience or on Zoom or on the telephone? Anything, Emily?
Thank you, Chair. There was no other registered participants at the as of this morning. I'm not sure if there are any other folks in person who may wish to attend or speak. Sorry.
Seeing none, we'll move along to any additional comments from the staff. Would the township planner please summarize any additional correspondence that has been submitted on this application and provide any further information?
Thank you, Chair. So there was comments provided that have been included on the agenda, including from Jim Dykes and Vera of 1985 Carriage Court, Simcoe County District School Board, the Huron-Wendat First Nation, and Enbridge Gas. So those comments were all included verbatim on the agenda. However, additional comments that have been received since the publishing of the agenda included comments from Hydro One. So the comments provided included potential draft plan conditions for consideration. Those items spoke particularly to aspects of the subdivision design, lot grading, vehicular access, fencing, service location, all relative to the hydro corridor that traverses the subject property. But no additional other correspondence was received. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Mr. Morgan, anything further from you? Okay, since we have, we'll move to the committee questions in a moment. So, do members of the committee have any comments?
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 questions. One to Mr. Burke. Can you comment on why Street C can't go onto Division Road? And my second question is to Mr. Morgan, but I'll let you speak first. Thanks.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Yeah, so we did review a number of options during the initial stages of this design submission. And as Mr. Morgan points out, staff and the peer review for the township both made recommendations not to have additional accesses on the arterial road class of Division Road. Ideally, you try to limit the amount of accesses that are on a throughfare. And so that is the reason for that. And once again, it's quite a minimal amount of new lots onto the residential road of Carriage Court.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is, Mr. Morgan, you mentioned the lots 20 to 23 with the environmental protection. What restrictions did you say that cannot be done on those lots?
Thank you through Chair McIntyre to Councillor Taylor. No site alteration whatsoever within the EP, and that it would be that its limits would be defined with a fence.
Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Couple of comments. First of all, I'd like to compliment both the developer and your planning unit for the work you've done in terms of the site-specific zoning to protect the wetlands and the EP area. I wish all developers were that responsible instead of burying these areas under 50 tons of gravel. 2, your fencing concept, I assume that's like a frost fence, chain link fence?
Through you, Chair McIntyre. We haven't defined what the fence is going to look like yet, but the township will work with us.
Define that.
Yeah.
No, I just mentioned frost fence because of the longevity and low maintenance on them, but having said that, it's an interesting concept that you have. When I was the manager of York Regional Forest way back in the 80s, we fought to the Ontario Land Tribunal. We fought with a developer of a major subdivision over fencing against the York Regional Forest. We won, not without a lot of snarling and fighting and unfortunate waste of taxpayers' money. And one of the interesting things about that fence was we were maintaining, well, there was two major reasons, but we were maintaining that new developed homes, they were using these back areas to get rid of brush and this kind of thing. And of course, on a pine forest, like the Greenwood Forest, fire hazard was very high. But, you know, it was interesting because the developer came back and said, well, these are multi-million-dollar homes. They wouldn't do that. The fact is, all through York Regional Forest, they were doing that. Didn't matter what kind of home was there. So the fencing actually serves more than one purpose, in my view. So I just wanted to highlight that. It's an interesting concept. First I've heard of it happening up in this area. 3, the sidewalk's a great contribution. We really don't know what the future of that school is. At least I don't. It's way over capacity now. Its septic systems are straining, and who knows what that'll be in 20 years. But if they build it up, I guess they could fix it. I don't know. So not in my zone of knowledge, but it is clearly a need for the safety issue with kids. And what I do like about that Division Road one is that I think that'll assure maintenance of those sidewalks in winter so that the children are safe all through the school year. So great stuff, I think, on that. I would like to the chair, to Katie, I want to just get a picture here of Carriage Court. Is beautiful. I've been there many, many times, talked to many of the people there. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous community. And there are many in the Marchmont area and throughout Severn. But under the new planning laws in Ontario, am I correct in saying that at any time in the not too distant future, the existing homes on Carriage Court can apply and develop some of those larger lots to add residential units or at least granny apartments and things like that? Is my understanding that under the new laws, the character of subdivisions like this one may well change, and according to the province, they want it to change. Can you please comment on that?
Through the chair to Councillor Brennan, or Member Brennan's comment. Yeah, absolutely. The province is really trying to push ahead with more housing options. This council's been supportive of additional housing options on properties. Because this is in a settlement area already right now, if someone came forward to subdivide their lot, for example, you know, Carriage Court is an example of this, but just speaking generally to the township, if you have a larger property in a settlement area, even if it's a rural settlement area without municipal water and sewer, if you can demonstrate you can service it with an additional well and septic, then yes, that would be an easy planning recommendation from our side to make on that severance. That's where the province is trying to make municipalities grow, rural settlements, but in particular, the fully serviced settlements of the township. So taking Carriage Court, for example, there are some larger lots that have a house off to one side. So there could potentially be what we would call an infill potential there to create another lot on that, off of that property. Or what we're also seeing in this council, certainly seen, we have an application today to just build an additional dwelling, whether that be a detached accessory apartment, an ADU, we're calling them now, or whether that be, a full second single detached dwelling that this council's also seen application for. So certainly the landscape is changing. The character of these rural settlement areas, especially the larger estate lots, is definitely going to be changing in the future.
Thank you. Just one final question to the chair, to Derek. The idea of an access road onto Division is not part of the problem, the proximity to the new street and street lights that we've already put in, that this council fought to put in place for God knows how many years, because they're fairly close.
Through the chair, I think so on Gillam Court, where the intersection or mid-block pedestrian crossover is, That's quite a distance away. I think the desire here to put, one access of a select number of lots onto Carriage Court was to, one, address the environmental feature that crosses the lands, but two, reduce the amount of connections to Division Road being an arterial road, and the less connections directly to impact traffic movements, the better. The other one is too far away from this location to really impact it much.
Thank you. Member Cox.
Yeah, I just want to also, through the chair to Josh, thank you very much about that fencing idea, because that's always been a concern of mine, is that we say that that's EP and we don't designate it, and future owners just slowly erode into it. So you've come up with a very good solution on that, which I would like to see more often.
It wasn't my idea, just for the record.
You brought it here, so we'll let you take a little glory for that. The other one I want to thank you for is speaking and going to accommodate Mr. Dykes' concerns. We had another one in Coldwater, same idea. So I can't quite picture it in my head, but I don't know if they're direct or what it is. But thank you very much for looking into that with him and seeing if there's any solutions. I understand his concerns, especially with more so of anything, the headlights at night. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And I have no other problems with it. I'm glad you've accommodated and you've worked very hard, and so is this developer. Thank you.
Member Minnings.
I thank you through the chair. I have three questions. One was just addressed by Deputy Cox about the headlights. I have a home on Cox Road in Ward 4 at the top of Huffman Road that I've had continuous problems and concerns from that resident about the direct headlights. So, and I appreciate that there's been a mention that you'll connect with them after. I'm wondering if there's something more firm we can put in to maybe proceeding with some kind of a landscaping plan or something, because I'm just not sure what having a discussion really entails. So I'd like to know that that's actually addressed. The second question is the walkway through the EP land that was on your slide, Schedule A, I believe. My experience with access through EP land in Ward 4 has resulted in a lot of concerns specific to the creep of those walkways. So what my vision of a walkway is may be very different than what an actual walkway is, and size and scope, etc. So with that in mind, and because it is EP land, my question is, has an alternate Plan B been considered to avoid any walkways, etc., being built across EP lands? Specifically, once a walkway that I'm picturing it to be goes through an EP land, and the reason we protect EP land is because of the nature, the animals that live on those lands and use that as their dwelling places, their habitats. Once you put a sidewalk through it, potentially with fences on either side to protect the homeowners, or I mean, to protect the lands, how does nature use that land? Because now you've actually, I think, done damage to the animals that we're really wanting to protect. So that's my question on EP, and then I'll pause for my third.
Okay, thank you. I'll do my best. Thank you, Councillor Minnings. I'll do my best to answer your question. Not being an ecologist, I can tell you that my question is going to speak about the road fabric again, but I'm going to get to your EP because I think they're interrelated. So we actually had two concepts originally related to the roads. One of them was 2 accesses onto Division Road. That was not acceptable to the township or the county, which we understood, and our traffic consultant agreed. Our second option was to extend only 1 access from Division and then come through the wetland to connect to the open space on the far east side, so that we wouldn't even need a second connection from Division or from Carriage Court. That was deemed unacceptable for two reasons. One of them was because putting a road of 20 meter width through the EP zone was not considered desirable ecologically. And also, I think from an emergency services perspective, having a road that went that far, if there was an accident or something that had to stop traffic on the road, that wasn't deemed acceptable either. So we pivoted and I think it's a 6 meter wide. I can't remember, and a 6 meter wide path. So basically, the ecologists have been working on this, and I don't mean just our consulting ecologists, but with the Severn Sound Environmental Association, have been working on this for years to come up to a reasonable sort of agreement on what these features are, where their limits are, how significant the features are, and how to protect them, and what is appropriate and what isn't appropriate. So I'm not an ecologist. All I can say is I'm relying upon the feedback from the townships, or from the SSEA, the Severn Sound Environmental Association, and our own consulting ecologists, who have generally reached an agreement that what we're proposing to extend through there, which is a walkway that I assume will be fenced on both sides, is an acceptable path forward. And I'll just note that on both the north side of the pathway and on the south side of the pathway, those are private lands. So I'm not worried about people sort of like traipsing off of the path, because I think as a private property owner, they're probably not going to want that to happen anyway. So there's going to be a bit of like almost like sort of neighborhood policing, which will prohibit that, I would think. I don't know. I just feel comfortable based upon the feedback I received from the ecologists that the integrity of the features are being protected.
Thank you for clarifying that. So what I was picturing is a catwalk, sidewalk width, and you said 6 meters, that's 18 feet. So that's like a roadway, and that's
the block itself. Is it 4 or 8 units? Is it possible? It's 10 meters wide. So the block itself is 10 meters wide. That doesn't mean the path itself will be 10 meters wide. That just means the distance on, like the path would be situated in the middle. And we'll be working with the township through landscaping plans and the final submission of a detailed engineering design and the SSEA will be circulated on it as well. So,
okay. No, thank you for expanding on that. I think it looks exactly like the road, aka walkway, that's on Gray Shot Road right now, and it is a problem and has damaged the EP land. So I would like to see a catwalk, a sidewalk. My third question is, the proposal is for half-acre lots in this new plat of subdivision. And I think I'm going to the township with this question. Is there any consideration in this part of the township? So in Marchmount, and it is a beautiful community, and they are estate lots, and I know that. But is there consideration by the township now or in the near future to increase density when new subdivisions are being created in Marchmount? Because this is one area where I'm not seeing density in any of the reports that I've seen in coming into Ward 3. Thank you.
Just before you go on with that, Mr. Morgan, Katie Mandeville, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can probably answer that one as well. I just wanted to comment about the walkway. This property is very different than the example Councillor Minnings is speaking to. The wetland mapping for this property is nowhere near the proposed walkway. The proposed walkway will also be a servicing easement, so it will also accommodate drainage. That's the reason for the 10-meter width of the block and then the 3-meter walkway. So it's both a servicing easement for drainage and also a walkway or active transportation connection. In this situation, and I don't think we had the wetland mapping in any of the public documents this time around, but they are certainly publicly accessible. The wetland mapping shows the wetland is actually very close to Division Road, and then on the backside of those lots. So there's actually quite a distance, more than 10 meters from the mapped wetlands to where this pathway and servicing easement will traverse the property. And that's why it was located in that area. So it did have the township's peer review consultant sign off on this because it is part of a development application, as well as the applicant's environmental consultant as well. So in terms of density, and I'm sure Mr. Morgan could have spoken to this as well, basically we largely see developers who come in and want as much density as possible because then they make as much money as possible. On a situation like this that has only private services, we're not basically the hydro G. So the water availability for waters for wells and the ability to then treat wastewater through a septic system, that's typically what designs a subdivision in these situations. So when you're on municipal water and sewer, when you have pipes just to provide your water and wastewater, then that's where density really is encouraged and can flourish. On this situation, the ability to privately service each of these lots is really what makes up the lot fabric together with the environmental. So I should defer to Mr. Morgan to speak to that because I believe the original proposal was for more lots.
Mr. Morgan.
That's correct. I can't remember. I think we might have had 26 or 27 originally, and that yield was decreased as a result of the findings of the Hydro G report. So basically, as Ms. Mandeville mentioned, it's the availability of water that drives the density in Marchmont, and that's why we've landed at 23 lots.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Josh, for the presentation, but my question isn't for you.
Okay.
Water. I'm curious why the wells were at the top end and nothing down towards Division Road. And I know that Mr. Dykes had concerns about his water, and there may be concerns about other members. Like, how does it work? Just so that I understand, like, will it impact, and I don't know if that's part of the Hydro G study, will it impact the neighboring homes? And like, how do you arrive at that formula? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so where the 4 locations came from was the MECP has a guideline we need to follow when you're actually assessing how much the site actually can produce in terms of water yield and how many lots are actually feasible to make sure you can actually have each individual lot supplied with a peak water demand. So you have a certain number. So based on the size of this property, you're required to do 4 test wells. So we did 4 test wells. Because this site is undeveloped right now and it's vegetated, access is limited. So our 4 locations were distributed on site to produce the least amount of disturbance to what's actually on site right now. And then also trying to have the test wells within the preliminary lot lines as well, so that a future homeowner can actually use that well in the future. But part of the assessment, we tested the 4 wells and we did monitor the interference between the wells on our site as well. So then you're able to come up with, it's called transmissivity, and it gives you like a unit rate for interference between wells, and you can calculate the zone of influence from one well. So if a well's pumped at a certain rate, it tells you where you'll see those impacts from that well being pumped. So we were able to do that from our tests, and then we actually physically monitored during the pumping tests as well. So we could see that the existing test wells on site did not, like in our case, we didn't see impact between the test wells. That's not always the case. Sometimes you do see, and then you have to consider a cumulative impact of the wells. And then as part of this, like the peer review process back and forth, we did do a pretty extensive door-to-door water well survey around the subdivision where we inventoried the current water wells in the area. So we were able to, we distributed notices. We had those notices completed. It gave us details of what wells people are using, what depths they're at, and the condition of those wells. And we were able to ask if anyone's had water supply concerns to date, because like your best information is the existing wells because they're in use right now. We're installed for the most part in the same unit as the wells in the area. So getting information from the existing well users was really helpful in this case. And then as part of this process too, we do have a monitoring program that we're proposing as well. So we'll be monitoring our test wells on site throughout development to ensure that the use of those wells are not impacting throughout. So it's not just our tests, it's ongoing monitoring.
Thank you.
Member Cox.
Yep, through the chair. That just made me think of something. Thank you very much. In most of the subdivisions that we've been having lately, I have asked for this, and I would like to ask that on title, it be put that they're on wells, and that, and I'm not being mean, but people move up here from being on water and sewer, and the next thing you know, you're in a neighborhood and they put in a sprinkler system, or they're out watering their lawn all the time, and they don't understand that we're on wells. And I think there should be some type of a notification or something given to people so they understand the fact that they could affect their neighbor. I've had it happen to me. And I think that's something we need to really make people from the city aware of. I mean, I had a woman call me and she said, I haven't had a water bill and I've lived here for 2 years. And I said, well, that's because you're on a well and you're on a septic. But she didn't understand that. And she was very upset that it was in her backyard. But I said, that's just the way it is here. So I really believe that with most subdivisions now that are going to have their own septic and water, we really need to provide information. I don't know who's it through, if it's a developer or the real estate person, that explains to them about septic systems and wells, because otherwise they could really adversely affect themselves and their neighbors. Thank you.
Member Jansen.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm not sure if this would be directed to Mr. Morgan or to staff. Looking at the site map that's provided in the planning document on page 10, it appears that the environmentally protected land will take up more than, or half, or maybe more than half of the lot sizes for lot 5, 23, 22, and 21. I'm just wondering if there's a reason why, if the lot's going to be fenced off, why the lot size doesn't follow the fence line. Because I imagine there'll be marketing of a certain size of lot, and then the property owners would end up only having the use of half of their lots.
Anyone like to, Mr. Morgan?
Sure. Thank you, through Chair McIntyre to Councillor Jansen. Could you just restate that question? I'm not sure I fully understood it. So.
Sure. So the environmentally protected land is going to cut through a lot of these lots, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and then 23, 22, 21, and 20. For lots 5, 23, 22, and 21, it looks like it will take over more than half of the lot size. I'm sure that the lots will be marketed as a certain size to potential buyers. However, they'll only be able to use, half of the lot. I'm just wondering why the lot lines are not following the fence lines of the environmentally protected lands.
That's a good question. Thank you. I understand what you're asking now. That's just because if the lot lines were to follow the EP boundary, then the question becomes, who owns the EP land? Is it the township that owns the EP land? Is it the developer that owns the EP land, for the next 500 years? So ownership becomes like, that's the consideration that we have when deliberating the exact question that you just asked, like much early on in the process. And, I've had these conversations with municipalities over the years, and not always, but most of the time, municipalities don't want to own the wetlands. You guys have to then maintain them or worry about them. It was just determined or decided, and I understand why, and I feel that it's reasonable that these private property owners will own EP land. They just won't be able to do anything with it. And that's not unusual in my experience.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mandeville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add to that, although that was a good response provided by Mr. Morgan. I just wanted to highlight that these lots are quite large. So in particular, say lot 22, it is more than half the lot that would be zoned EP, but lot, I don't know if it was 22 or 23, I just looked up, they're both very large lots. Converting it there, one of them I just converted quickly is 1.3 acres. So even though it's, perhaps half the lot or over half the lot, it still is a pretty large area that will be developable with the well and the septic and the house. And although we didn't include them in the public presentation, they are available to members of the public if they want to see them. We do have, as Mr. Morgan said earlier, detailed engineering that places a house and a septic and a well. And there is still quite a lot of room on those properties for all of that, plus, some amenity, grass area, etc. So although it looks like it's a lot and they're going to end up with these really small building areas, we have to think about the context of how big these lots are compared to, say, some of the other lots, for example, in Marchmont even, are quite a lot smaller.
And if I could just add one more thing, and Councillor Jansen, I apologize for this. And I wish that I'd included it in my PowerPoint presentation. But I noticed this morning that I hadn't, so I handed them out in hard copy. And what I handed out was a general servicing plan. We also have an overall development plan, and I'm happy to email those to you afterwards or ask staff to do that. But basically, this document is helpful because it shows the area, it shows the EP area, but it shows all of the land that's left over, and then it shows conceptual building footprints, septic footprints, and well locations, so that you could get a full understanding for that the residentially zoned lands are more than sufficient in size to accommodate their development with a typical residential home.
Okay, thank you. I have a feeling that's the document I'm looking on page 10 of the planning report. And Ms. Mandeville, I appreciate you putting the size into context. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Is there anything further in this matter? Mr. Dykes, please come forward.
Sorry to be hogging this meeting, but impact is a relative thing. And we're hearing, I can't think of a better expression, some sucking and blowing going on here today. First of all, planner says, don't worry about it. There's hardly any traffic that's going to come onto your street. Well, the exact fact is it's a 50%, almost 50% increase. We're a community of 17 houses. So the impact is a 50% increase in traffic on our street. That's a big increase. The lot sizes that this development abuts are 4-acre and 3-acre lots. So I have no problem with half-acre lots, but I want everybody to understand the impact of what's happening visually to the community. I don't know how many square feet these houses are planning to be because that affects the water. None of these wells are anywhere near the wells that are on Carriage Court. So there's no testing that they got done for impact on our wells. Those well sites that they did are the furthest possible way away from Carriage Court. I know it's difficult to drill wells in a wooded area, but if you want to know the impact, you better drill a well where it could possibly impact somebody. I think that's it. Thank you again for all of it.
Member Burkett.
Through the chair. So I think I heard that you went door to door and spoke to the different residents about their wells, but I know there's no test holes on Carriage Court. So let's just say let's say down the road when the development's all done and the 23 homes are in, and now we have, say, a few homes in Carriage Court now that have no water or very little water. Who's liable? I'm just curious. If you've done the testing that you've said you've done and gone around, because I know from the quarries that we have in Severn, what they do is they actually, if they were in close proximity, and I know a quarry is different than home development. I'll let you speak. You're the expert. Sorry.
Yeah, so a couple of points. So we did go door to door and we did ask, and that's more of like a qualitative assessment. I'm able to ask homeowners of like details about their well usage, like any details they know about their well construction. Not everybody knows everything about their well, especially if they bought the home after it's been installed. But there are publicly available records for water wells as well. And as part of the construction of water wells, the water well driller does need to do testing. So although the testing that's been carried out on wells that are on Carriage Court as well as south of Division Road wouldn't have been to the same length as we would have done on our test wells, which is typically a 6-hour test, they would have done a 1-hour test. So from those publicly available records, we do have a very comprehensive understanding of the available water and how the wells have responded to water use as well as what their initial testing results were. So we have all of that from background. So we didn't physically test as part of this, but it was done as part of well construction. And that testing is a requirement. So any new wells on this site that are drilled, and this becomes like it's done before anyone even moves into the house, anything, this is one of the initial requirements, is drilling the well and showing that that well can provide adequate water for the designed home. So if it's a 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, there's a well yield it has to meet. So as part of the conditions, like each well will need to be tested before it's approved. And if it's not able to provide that adequate supply, a new well would either need to be drilled or a well is not viable on that lot. But based on our testing, the aquifer in this area is quite extensive. It is providing quite significant yield. Typically at peak yield is about 19 liters per minute for a 4-bedroom house. That's peak water demand. And we tested one of our wells at 60 liters per minute. So we were able to test at one central well at what is that, 3 times the typical peak demand of one home, and we were able to show no interference in our test wells. So we have that, and we'll be long-term monitoring during the construction of the new wells.
Well, actually, through the chair, if I may. So I think I heard you say that even the wells that have been drilled on Carriage Court, there's records that show the depth, and do they show the flow? That all had to be documented years ago. Is that what I understood?
In a perfect world, we have records for all of the wells. With that, like documents, obviously, like I don't have it for every single property, but we do have a large percentage of the water well records. And it is provided in our hydrogeological assessments. I have them here. Like, this is why this document's so big. Like there's quite a few, there's over 30 water well records that we have, and that's for Carriage and South Subdivision Road.
Anything further? Ms. Minnings.
Thank you through the chair, and to the comments about the existing homes on wells and then the future development. We have an item coming up on the agenda about a similar conversation and concerns raised by existing residents on some lots going in on Fesserton side roads. So it is a real concern for residents and also for the new property owners going in about the ability to, as we heard at the public meeting for Fesserton Side Road just a few months ago, having to coordinate laundry with their neighbors and just basic things like running their dishwashers. So it is a concern, and I'd like to know how that's going to be further addressed, just to the point about where the current wells have been dug, because that will come back to council at some point in the future. And so this was for the next agenda item that the staff are bringing forward on the same subdivision around comments about the school, etc. And so my question is to staff, because I don't know off the top, is there a plan for future wastewater water plants in this area of the township that is growing, etc.? Whereas Fesserton, to me, is more rural, and I don't see as much growth there at this time. But Marchmount is a hugely growing area, and we do want people in homes to enjoy everything that they can about their lifestyle and just living in the properties that they love and in the areas they want. So from the township, are we going to see that? Is there a plan in the next 10 years, 20 years, something to address water?
Mr. Burke.
Thank you through the chair. And I think the quick answer for that is in the servicing master plan. What we've done, and now that isn't quite complete, that process, but within the first 2 rounds of public engagement, we identified some of these rural settlements as not prime candidates for increased water and wastewater services. The density is quite low, as we know. The settlement boundary of Marchmont, Bass Lake, Woodlands, Bass Lake, I guess, is nearly completely filled out. And in that fabric is a very low density number. What happens with that is servicing a low density number is very inefficient, as we found with some of our other smaller systems in wastewater treatment. So our focus in the servicing master plan, following the official plan and where we, sort of target growth, is those existing service settlement boundaries and expanding on those, West Shore and Coldwater being namely the 2 that we're focusing on for growth.
Mr. Morgan.
Just to put into context, like we do lots of rural residential subdivisions like this, and we do lots of urban development in the city of Aurelia, the city of Barrie, etc. Like a project in the city of Aurelia with 23 lots would be approved in like a year. And I'm not throwing shade at the township at all. The reason why we've been at this for 6 years is because we've been doing the work, the hydrogeological work and the ecological work. We've been back and forth. We've made 5 submissions to the municipality. We have not been sleeping on the Hydro D topic at all. Alicia's a pro, as I think she's made clear today. And we've been working collaboratively with the township peer reviewer. So, you know, we've been at this for a long time, and we know what the math says, and we feel comfortable with the interference and the lack of interference that this development will have on the properties in Marchmont. And I truly believe that we've come far enough where the township is in a position where they can trust the work that we've done, and they can trust the work that their own peer review consultants have done. And yeah, this is unique. Sorry, this is not unique. These developments have been happening in Severn for decades, right? That you can see that Marchmont's been around for a long time. This is appropriate. It's supported by policy and it's supported by science. And I hope that you'll be willing to make a decision on this in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I presume we do a draft motion, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So the motion reads that the planning report number P24-032 dated September 18th, 2024, with respect to applications for proposed draft plan of subdivision, file number SVT 2103, and a zoning bylaw amendment Z 21-18 for 2060 Division Road West be received as information, and that township staff be directed to prepare a recommendation report for the committee's consideration at a future meeting, taking into account any additional submissions from the Planning and Development Committee, members of the public, circulated agencies, and township departments and peer review consultants.
I'm sorry, we need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Member Brennan, second by Member Cox. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Mr.
Mr. Chair, if we can ask for a 5-minute bio break, that would be great.
We'll take a 5-minute break for Okay, we're back, folks. We're going to move along to public meeting regarding 1161 Old Creamery Road zoning bylaw amendment application. I now call on applicant agent Amy Powell from Powell Planning and Associates to please present the information provided in C.2.3.1, the agenda package, and explain the purpose and effect of this application. Ms. Powell.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. If staff has my presentation, if they could please.
Need more volume, madam.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
A little more.
You're just very soft-spoken, so you might have to just speak a little louder.
Can you hear me okay?
Well, we're just going to try it again, Amy.
Is this okay?
It's much better.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Is staff able to kindly display the presentation? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members, staff, and members of the public in attendance. My name is Amy Powell. I'm a registered professional planner, the Chief Planning Officer for Powell Planning and Associates, and the agent acting on behalf of the landowners of 1161 Old Creamery Road, David and Sarah Carruthers. We're here to seek council approval for a zoning bylaw amendment under file number Z2406 to allow for additional residential units and on-farm diversified use at the subject site. Next slide, please. During this presentation, I will introduce the file, the subject location and description, detail the proposed development, summarize our policy analysis, and provide concluding thoughts, including my professional planning opinion. Next slide, please. The purpose of this presentation is to provide information to support the approval of a zoning bylaw amendment application that allows for a maximum of 2 additional residential units on the subject lands and an on-farm diversified use of a horse therapy center. I will also detail the zoning bylaw amendment being sought, its supporting policies, and would be happy to answer any questions at the conclusion of the presentation. Next slide, please. The subject lands are designated rural in the township's in effect 2010 official plan and zoned as rural in the township zoning bylaw 2010-65. The site is approximately 12.5 acres or 5.06 hectares in size. It's vastly tree covered with a cleared area on site where the residential uses exist. The site is surrounded by rural uses in all directions and Highway 400 to its west. Next slide, please. This application is in response to a request of compliance from staff in order to facilitate an expansion to the primary residential dwelling on site. We are seeking permission for an existing detached additional residential unit, an additional residential unit that will be a partial conversion of the existing 2-story dwelling, approval for an on-farm diversified use to allow for an outdoor horse therapy center, all to be facilitated through a zoning bylaw amendment to the RU zone where exceptions will be required. Next slide, please. In order to substantiate the subject request, an analysis of the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, a place to grow, the county official plan, the Township of Severn official plan, and the Township of Severn zoning bylaw have been undertaken. Next slide, please. It is my professional planning opinion that the subject application adheres to the direction under the Planning Act, as it has regard for matters of provincial interest, including the protection of ecological systems, including natural areas, features, and functions, by creating development within the site's already cleared area, offering a range of housing types, a well-designed built form that adds to the existing sense of place, and fosters employment opportunities. Next slide, please. It is my professional planning opinion that the subject application conforms with the provincial policy statement as it fosters compatible uses that are permitted on rural lands, offers contextually appropriate additional housing, makes better use of the site's rural properties, fosters recreational and rural tourism and local economic opportunities while protecting the site's natural features and functions. Next slide, please. It is my professional planning opinion that the subject application conforms with the growth plan as it fosters contextually appropriate housing options through the introduction of additional residential units while supporting an on-farm diversified use and promoting rural tourism uses in a compatible manner to the site's scale, character, and landscape. Next slide, please. It is my professional planning opinion that the subject application conforms with the County of Simcoe's official plan as it preserves the site's natural features and functions, offers mixed land uses in a contextually appropriate manner, provides diverse housing options where infrastructure is available, and minimizes impacts to the natural and cultural features on site. There is no net negative impact that will result from the proposal that fosters the ability for aging in place and local economic opportunities. Next slide, please. It is my professional planning opinion that the subject application fosters the policies of the township's 2010 official plan, as it provides for permitted uses that respect the on-site natural features and functions, provides contextually appropriate housing, appropriately scaled economic development opportunities while respecting the rural character. Next slide, please. It is also my professional planning opinion that the zoning bylaw amendment represents good planning, as it seeks a maximum of 2 additional residential units, one within the primary dwelling and one that would be detached, a horse therapy center as an on-farm diversified use that is subject to the following provisions: a minimum of 5 parking spaces, occupying a maximum of 4% of the overall lot's area, a maximum of 10 visitors to the on-farm diversified use at one time, as well as a maximum floor area of 110 square meters of any building or accessory structure. Again, this is in regards to supporting the on-farm diversified use. Through this amendment, we are also offering 2 additional definitions to the township zoning bylaw, the first being for an additional residential unit and the second for a horse therapy center. The definition for the additional residential unit is defined as a self-contained residential dwelling unit on the same lot or within the same building as an existing residential dwelling unit. An additional residential unit must have its own separate entrance, washroom, sleeping areas, and kitchen facilities. We are also introducing the definition for a horse therapy center, which shall be defined as an on-farm diversified use where visitors participate in learning, caring for, and engaging with horses and other farm animals aimed at resulting in emotional healing. Small-scale group activities may also be included, such as those aimed at connecting with nature and arts, crafts, classes, and workshops. Next slide, please. Our careful analysis concludes that the subject application has regard for the matters of provincial interest in accordance with the Planning Act. It demonstrates consistency with the PPS and the growth plan, and conforms to provincial, county, and local level policies that all direct for such uses, such as those being proposed in this application. Where zoning conformity is required, the subject application aligns with the intent of the township zoning bylaw, and overall, concluding in my professional planning opinion, the subject application represents good planning. Next slide, please. I thank the committee this morning for the opportunity to present the details of the application before you, and I'm happy to address any questions on the file as able. Thank you.
We'll have comment from the staff at the moment. Does the township planner, Brad Oster, have anything further to add to the materials and information presented by the applicant?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Powell has explained the purpose and effect of this application together with the policy analysis. So I will be brief in my comments this morning. As noted, this application does propose an on-farm diversified use being a horse therapy center together with establishing permissions for additional residential units on the property. Both of these uses are permitted on the subject properties per the designations in the township and county official plans, where there is suitable servicing, for example, a septic on this privately serviced property, and no negative impacts to the natural heritage features. The applicant has demonstrated that there are sufficient lands available on this property to accommodate the septic system, and no further tree removal or site alteration is proposed for this site. Also with that, and given that the uses are proposed mostly within the rural designation of the property, there are no negative impacts to those natural heritage features anticipated through this application. A few minor modifications to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment were proposed by staff. As detailed within the staff report, those modifications are suggested for the purposes of clarity and consistency with township standard practices and to ensure consistency and conformity with the applicable planning documents. Subject to any further comments received at today's meetings, township staff are supportive of this application and do recommend that the bylaw be presented to council for future consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. We'll move to the public questions. Any persons present in person, on Zoom, or the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registered participant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have the ability to edit the live stream to remove any personal information provided in the course of submitting comments or questions. Mr. Oser, are there any members of the public registered to speak?
Thank you, Chair. There are no members of the public who registered to speak at today's meeting. However, I would note that the property owners are in attendance in person this morning if they wish to address the committee.
Any comments from the owners? Seeing none. If there are any members of the public who did not get called upon to speak, please unmute yourself. Or those in person, please approach the microphone and give address in the message. Okay, we see that there's none of that. Could the township planner please summarize any additional correspondence that has been submitted to the on this application and provide any further information?
Thank you, Chair. No additional correspondence was received other than what was included as part of the agenda package. Thank you.
Ms. Powell, do you have any further comments or you wish to discuss here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no additional comments from our end. Thank you.
Do the members of the committee have any comments? Member Cox.
Yep, through the chair. It looks to me that they've done everything they've been asked. I think this is a very good use of rural land. I think it's a good way for affordable housing also. So I have no problems at all with this application.
Member Minnings.
I thank you through the chair. I do like this proposal a lot. I have one question. In the presentation, it was mentioned that one of the buildings would be used for other than horse therapy. So for example, going by memory, crafts, things like that for public. So with that in mind, what size of building or room would allow for that? And my question is in relation to the maximum of 10 visitors at one time. I believe, and from my experience, there's a shortage of meeting places and buildings where public and others can gather to do a variety of different things. And I would like to know if that's been considered, and if so, how big that room or building would be, and whether or not the 10 visitors is too narrow a scope. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, may I provide a reply?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure Ms. Powell could have answered this as well, but since I'm here, I'll just jump right in on that. Specifically, the rezone is for outdoor uses. There is no buildings contemplated at this time as part of the horse therapy center. So the crafts and other items that are mentioned that the owner will be allowed to undertake with the maximum of 10 visitors would all take place outside at this time. So there is an opportunity in the future. Should they wish to construct a building, they would have to go through the site plan approval process. We would have to look at health and safety, public access requirements, accessibility, all that kind of thing. But at this time, they're just seeking permissions to do all of this outside on their property.
Thank you. Member Taylor.
Thank you to the chair, to Katie or the planner. So just so I'm clear now, how many residential units are on site? Because in the report say it's going to be a total of 3 residential units when it's done. So is the initial residential property going to have an add-on plus 1 separate place? So it's 2 in 1 location and then the third one's separate. Is that how I read that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. So there's an existing primary dwelling, and then there's an existing detached additional residential unit. The ask of the landowners is for the expansion of the existing primary dwelling, and then a portion of that existing dwelling will now become an accessory apartment. So that will make the 2 units, and then the existing detached additional residential unit would remain. So that would be a total of 3, 2 within 1 built structure, if you will, and then 1 detached, to a maximum of 3 being sought through the subject zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, then my final question is, as far as wells and septic, then will each unit have its own well and septic, or will there be a communal septic and well, or how is that thought about?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps if the landowners are able to best advise for on-site servicing, what the intention is for the expansion.
Yeah, I'm just asking about how is the well going to be issued, the well and septic, how is that going to be addressed?
Yes. Hi, David Crothers, property owner, 1161 Old Creamery Road. We have an existing drilled well, which is adequate. That will service all 3 dwelling units. We do have an existing septic that will be removed as the addition of the house is going to encompass that land. There is an envelope for a new larger septic. It will be 1 septic that'll service all units.
Thank you. And I would support this as well. Thank you.
Member Minnings?
Thank you. Through the chair, one final question. The barn for the horses or the animals, is it already on the property? And how many animals would be, like, what's the maximum number of horses you accommodate?
Your name, please.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Sarah Carruthers, property owner at 1161 Oak Creamery Road. Specifically, there is no barn. We have a shelter, and that was through research on my part that indicated that equine actually thrive outside of a barn, and they all do very well with just shelter and 24/7 hay. And they're all rescue animals, and so we currently have 4 horses and 2 donkeys and poultry, ducks and chickens. And there is no intention to expand that. I'm very thorough in my research to make sure that they all have their needs met and enough space. And there's more than enough existing space for the number that I have, and I don't intend on increasing anytime soon. And I do have some elderly equine that will pass, and maybe another will find its way there, but it's not an active, I'm bringing horses in all the time.
Thank you. Member Burkett.
Through the chair, I can concur with Ms. Crothers. I had 2 horses, or my wife had 2 horses that I took care of for 25 years, and they do thrive much better outside any vet, just as long as there's a shelter where they can get out of the wind. Yeah, pretty amazing.
Okay, well, I think we've exhausted that. We'll have a draft motion, Madam.
Thank you. The motion reads that planning report number P24-031 dated September 18th, 2024, with respect to zoning bylaw amendment application file number Z2406 for the subject lands located at 1161 Old Creamery Road be received, and further that a draft zoning bylaw amendment be presented to council for consideration at the next available meeting, subject to comments received prior to council's consideration of the zoning bylaw amendment, including additional submissions from council, the Planning Development Committee, members of the public, circulated agencies, and township departments.
Mover and a seconder, please. Member Cox, second member Minnings. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, folks. This part of the public meeting is closed. Thank you for coming. Madam Clerk, are we moving along to delegations, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Just pause a moment while everyone comes in.
I've been before too many judges sitting in this particular seat. Good morning. My name is Jerry Dykes. I live on Claresbridge Lane in Washago. Are you ready?
Just one moment, Jerry.
We get my chair. We don't have to close the door, it's okay.
Sure.
Please be advised that in accordance with the council's procedure bylaw, no decision will be made today on this delegation. The committee will do one of the following: refer the matter to staff for a report, refer the matter to future budget deliberations, or take no action. I'd like to call on Jerry Diaz, Connie Welburn, Claresbridge Lane Bridge.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Dykes. Thank you, Jim, and council members. I'm joined by members of my community who all live on Claresbridge Lane. Mike, good morning. My neighbor to my left is in his mid-80s. His kids and grandkids come up on weekends to cut his lawn. The woman at the end of our street is a single mom with 2 kids that has all the responsibilities that go along with being a parent. People across the street go to work and use the bridge each and every day. We have a widow on the street. I can walk right through. And the reason I raise this is our street is exactly like every other street that you live on in this community. No different. So we don't have a lot of time, so I have zero interest in wasting my time talking about 391 of the bylaws, municipal acts, legal interpretation of 2006, new interpretation of 2023, all that's dealing with the bridge, because technical arguments, I would suggest, will get us absolutely nowhere. One thing about issues in a community, if one member of the community has a problem, then we need a community solution. Because I think it's fair to say we live in a time where there's a lot of challenges, but so few solutions are brought forward. And so what we're trying to do here today is be a little different and bring a solution, not just a problem. The problem is the bridge. And we are proposing this as a solution because we've gone back and forth respectfully with Allison, who has brought forward ideas. We've gone back and forth with interpretations, forget it. So here's what we would suggest. The last paperwork we received said the cost of repairing or replacing the bridge is $625,000. So we would suggest that we split that, which is a heck of a move for us because of the interpretations, I will argue, of who owns the bridge. But this is about finding the solution. So we will suggest that the town eats half of the cost, we eat the other half of the cost. That's $312,500 for us, of which we will pay through, I guess, 391 over a 30-year period. The reason we're suggesting that is that we have many members on our street, frankly, on fixed incomes. retirees, CPP, OAS. We already pay our property taxes, so we expect that this would come across as some sort of an assessment. So today we are looking to find a common sense resolution. That's why I'm not coming with an argument that really deals with who owns the bridge, whose responsibilities. Forget it. Because that'll get us nowhere if we continue to argue in the weeds of who owns what. So we understand, in all fairness, that there is going to be many similar situations within the community. There's culverts that need to be replaced. There's bridges, I'm sure, that need repair. Ultimately, you're going to be looking for a template, knowing that, you know, one shoe doesn't fit all. So this is a potential suggestion, or this is a suggestion for a potential solution that may serve you well in other deliberations. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Connie. Where are you? Come on, Connie, who lives just down the road and wants to share her story.
State your name, please.
My name's Connie Wellborn. I live on Clares Bridge Lane. I'm retired. My husband and I retired from the OPP. I've been living there for 23 years now, and I am a permanent resident. I'm there year round. I just want to address the bridge as being a lifeline for us. My husband died this year. Although we knew he was terminal, we thought we had another couple of years, but that wasn't the case. We've had the ambulance came to our place twice across the bridge and took him to the hospital. We had paramedics coming across to treat him. Prior to that, in the years prior, I had my father and my mother. We had the ambulance came for my father once, twice for my mother, where she would have died had they not come, because she was in a crisis with Addison's disease. We've had police to the house, not related to us being retired from them too, but that was a different situation. And we've called fire for the neighbors where their house caught on fire, and we got good response. Away from that, we had PSWs to the house, and everybody else that comes. So it is definitely a bridge that is needed. I've paid taxes to Severn Township for 23 years now, and I just feel that I should have the same rights to service as everybody else in Severn Township. That's really all I'd have to say. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Okay.
Do you have any questions for us?
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, both you, Jerry and Connie, and sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
I think, I know that your presentation was good, but at this point we can't make a decision, but I want to just speak to council and say that based on the report, and I don't know, Madam Clerk, you may caution me, there is a report pertaining to this later on in the report. I would like to defer this for a staff report, because I think there's a lot of things that council are not aware of and the residents are not aware of as well, as to if we're going to move forward with one of the recommendations was a 50-50 split, and that's what you're asking, what that entails over a 30-year period, what costs are going to be incurred for each resident, how it transfers should one sell their house down the road, how that unfolds, who pays for the legal costs, because I think we need to be open and transparent so that we're all on the same page, knowing what it's actually going to cost, but also what a hard figure as to what the bridge is going to come in at if it gets tendered out. I know that it's at 625. It may come in less, it may come in more. And there may be, as written in the report, there may be an opportunity, because if it's going to be assumed by the municipality, sorry, Madam Clerk, did you want to say something?
So I was just going to ask council if there's questions pertaining to the staff report itself to wait until we get to the staff report. We are going to pull it forward. So,
Okay, so I'll
once
just
we
leave
get
it.
through adoption, so we'll deal with the rest of the delegation. If there's questions to the delegates,
Okay.
we'll get to adoption of the agenda and then we'll pull that report forward so council can get into the discussion on the actual report and
All right,
so
thank you.
can hear that. So.
Okay.
Mr.
just-
Diaz, comment? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're clear. The numbers we're dealing with are 625. And we're not going to, as we're sitting here today, we're in the same predicament as you. We're not going to be dealing with a bouncing ball, not known. So we're dealing with what we know today. So I know that 312,500 divided by 24 families over 30 years is about $423 a month. That's kind of where our heads are at. If you come back and say that, oh, excuse me, it's going to be, excuse me, a year. Excuse me, a year. Yeah, I was about to say it would have been the world's best bridge. That's for damn sure about that. But so, you know, we're dealing with the numbers that we have before us today. And so how this would get paid, I would suggest it would be just like every other community that faces a similar challenge. We're going to pay our property taxes and then we're going to have a yearly assessment. Happening any differently. I know you're a township that's got about a $30 million surplus, which helps. But I recognize that there's a lot of other challenges within the community and we all do. So that's why we're here, frankly, coming forward with a solution, Mike. Because any fool can fight. And I suggest that none of us in this room are fools. So let's find a solution that we can all live with.
Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. I'm pretty sure that's what everybody on council wants also, but I do have to defer to the fact that we have many projects that come in and they say, this is what it is. And 6 months later, it's gone south or north. We just want to make sure, and I just want to thank you. I'm not supposed to speak, I won't speak to it. I just wanted to thank you for coming forward because that's what we're both sides are trying to do here. We're trying to come to a solution, but we want to make sure that the solution's good for you and it's good for us. And we all know where we're at with that solution. So it's very clear where we're going, what has happened. And we also have to remember there's precedent setting. So we just need to make sure that we understand that that bridge is very important to you. We have other private bridges and they say the same thing. In fact, we have private bridges that ambulances and fire trucks can't go over. So we understand that part. And that's why we want to work with you. And I'm glad you came today. But I know that I'm only speaking for myself, but I'm pretty sure I can speak for the team here, is that that's what we all want to do. We want to work together and make sure that this is done once and done right. Anyway, thank you.
That's why I chose my words very carefully. Because we can argue that it's not a private bridge. That's my point. Because we can run down that rabbit hole and that doesn't do anybody a stitch of good to do that.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair, I did speak to Mr. Diaz. You were in Manitoba, I was in Newfoundland, so it's nice to see you in person. And I do like your approach today. We're coming in to work out a compromise here, and I think we should continue that. You've answered my question. There's 23 homes there, and I think based on the report coming ahead that we can move forward here. So it's thank you for both coming and the people in the audience too. So thank you again.
Member Minnings.
Hi, thank you. And through the chair. And I too want to echo, it's always really impactful for me as a counselor when I get to hear from residents. So that to me is the really most important thing that we have for any paperwork. I read the agenda package carefully, but hearing from you, et cetera, is important. I too am interested to see safe access from the non-island portion to your homes on the island. What that split ends up being, if there is a split, that's to be determined. But I do want to assure you that also having access, especially for emergency vehicles, like other areas of the township for similar or even varying reasons, is a priority. So safety is always first. And whatever that ends up costing us, hopefully there's a consensus going forward, but I'm looking forward to this continuing and being a priority for this council. Thank you.
Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to the clerk. So at this time, we have three options, right? So because we're going to speak to the report next, do we?
Well,
No, excuse me. It says here, refer the matter to staff for report, refer the matter to future, or take no action. So I just want to understand what I can bring forward as we're going to talk to the next report. So how do I do it?
Thank you. So the proposed motion right now is to receive the delegation for information.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then we will move forward to the
Right.
staff report as soon as we get through the adoption of the
Okay.
actual agenda.
Well, I'd like to put that forward that we take it for information. Thank you.
The only reason why I said no was that Allison had forwarded 3 recommendations. We'd like the 4. Just making sure that you and I don't misunderstand each other.
Pass the chair for a moment to Member Cox.
Member McIntyre.
I'd like to comment. I agree. It's marvelous to see everyone out here in numbers. The question, the ownership of the bridge and all that's for the next report. I believe that it's great to have people discuss these matters with our group, and it's a desire from everyone here to come to a very friendly and amicable conclusion. I haven't got much more I can say until we get into the next bit, but appreciate immensely everybody coming and showing their solidarity for their thoughts, and we will deal as a group in harmony with you. Thank you.
Okay, chair, back to you.
Thank you. Are we looking for a motion, Madam Clerk?
Yes. So right now the motion is just that the delegation by Jerry Dykes and Connie Wellborn, Claresbridge Lane regarding the Claresbridge Lane Bridge be received for information.
Motion moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Burkett. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Have a good day.
So we're going to speak to the report now.
Oh.
Yeah, you can just listen in. Yeah, get out of that chair, Jerry.
Well, let me know how that works for you.
Now, where do we go?
No. So at this point, we move to adoption of the agenda and then we'll proceed to the report.
What is that? Consent agenda, okay. So do we have a move, we had a move for this, do we not?
Just ask if anybody wants anything.
Does anyone want anything pulled from the consent agenda?
Yeah, to the chair, I would like to pull consent agenda item E.1.1.
E1.1. Anyone else? Member Burkett.
Through the chair, E.2.2, please.
Anyone else? Anything further?
Okay,
Madam
so
Clerk.
motion to adopt the agenda is that the agenda be adopted, including consent items with the exception of items E1.1.1 and E2.2.2.
We have a mover, please. Moved by Member Minnings, seconded by Member Brennan. All in favor? Carried.
And just for clarity, so now we'll proceed to item G.3, which is the Claresbridge Lane report.
Okay, Madam Clerk. Who's going to speak to this? Public work report, Claresbridge Lane deferred from August 28th. Corporate Services Committee. Any questions? Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair, as I was saying before, I think what we need is a wholesome report from our staff. I'd like to defer this. There are items that we all need to be aware of, and hopefully a set cost. I know that it's $625 in here, and thank you, Jerry, for bringing the half part. back to us. I don't think any member here sitting at this table is not in agreement of the bridge and your generous offer, but I think there's other things that the residents need to be aware of. And we need to have a figure as far as amortization for you, which I think will be part of that report, will it not, Mr. Burke? If we do it over 30 years?
So through the chair, if I can, the next report. So I think I understand that there's this particular issue of Clares Bridge, but there's also a spin-off effect of a couple of other locations that have similarities to these issues. And those were identified in the Transportation Master Plan. And in there, it's called jurisdictional changes, or local area improvements is very specifically identified in the plan. And what I think might be useful is to bring back a report that identifies all of the scenarios that are anywhere similar to this, and how we might look at a process definition to keep things consistent. So that is what we could provide in terms of advanced and, I would say, more developed project estimates or design details and bylaw creations that set the terms of any local area improvement charge. There are costs associated with advancing the projects, and that would be most likely discussed at the capital budget deliberations for 2025 as an item for funding to advance those. So that would be not available for this next, near immediate report.
Supplementary, if I may. Derek, could you just speak to the local improvement part and what has to happen in a public forum when council makes a decision to do something like this, please?
Yeah, through the chair, and actually our treasurer is not here right now, but he's definitely got the bit of a handle on this better than the Public Works Department. The local area improvement charge is a mechanism of funding that puts the the cost of area improvements onto the benefiting property owners, knowing that there was an implied or a defined level of service, and that there was some desire from the community to increase that level of service. There is a buy-in required, a percentage of the property owners to agree. And there is a public process. So there's actually a form of public meetings. There's a passage of a bylaw, and there's also the establishment of a special assessment onto your tax roll. So that is all a process that we would look to advance if we were to accept the capital budget for 2025 with some funding to get consultants on board, to get design details, and to get the framework, the process of the public meetings and things like that for local area improvement.
Thank you. Supplementary, if I may, through the chair. And I think this is what I'm looking for. We need to be transparent to the public, but council needs to be aware of all the implications. And there's a lot more information that needs to come forward to us. So that's why I'm asking that we defer this based on the information that needs to come back, but also that our residents need to be aware of, and we need to keep them in the loop as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, before we move forward with a request to defer for a staff report, which I think may be the way to go, I would really appreciate if we could get staff to present this report. We've missed that section and went right to questions. So is that a possibility, Chair?
I don't see why not.
So through the chair, I believe the last time we presented this report was corporate services the prior month, and at that time it was deferred. So a presentation of the report in summary is that we have this transportation issue, and that's been identified in the Transportation Master Plan. We have met with the community on a number of occasions to try to refine what could be some alternatives and the preferred alternative from the community. We did land on some notes, you'll see in the appendice from Mr. Mark Cremier, that there was a preference, but there was also a request for a cost sharing arrangement with the township so that local area improvement wasn't fully on the frontage costs or the benefiting property owners. We brought a report back in the actual report here that's in front of you for staff to seek direction on if there was any appetite to look at a funding mechanism different than 100% benefiting property owners, which is the standard for local area improvement. It is, possibly somewhat precedent setting, but we wanted to get that because of the request that we had from the solicitor representing a majority or a portion of the group. that was a request. So we wanted to see how that would go, but also recognizing that there's going to be a future project, 2025, that would undertake a design works, refine the cost estimate, and provide that public process to establish the local area improvement. So that's what the report kind of summarizes: is council interested in accepting anything different than the standard 100% designated to the benefiting property owners?
Member Cox.
Yeah, I concur with what Member Burkett said, and I also would like it to be referred for a staff report and referred to budget, with the fact that we will be looking into any questions that the members have today or any concerns that they may have brought forward that we can, you can look into to answer any of those questions. And I guess if we don't have them today, we could let staff know what those questions may be, because I'm sure that we all have questions that, you know, the cost for me is, it's got to go to budget. It also has precedent setting, as you have spoken to, and I would like to see the other report for that. And I realize the costs are going to be something I'd like to see, so that when we come to budget, thank you very much.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, just through the chair to Derek then. So is it 51% that would allow a local area improvement, or is that going to be more defined as we come forward?
I'm pretty sure it's 2/3 is in the Municipal Act, but we can, in the report, we'll define the process as a part of the report.
Just for the committee, when we did the West Shore project, that was put off at 30 years amortized over. And if you sell the property, it's on title. That's not a big, we've done it before. So I think let's see a report in the fall. I know there's a couple of roads in my ward that are going to be on the docket as well, but thank you.
Madam Clerk, did you have a comment?
When council's ready, I have a draft motion for you to review. So
Member Minnings.
Hi, thank you. Through the chair, we had a presentation at this council, I think it was last year, on the lifespan of bridges. And I know that this bridge has been inspected recently. What's the current lifespan from a safety lens? What are the experts telling us about continued use of this bridge? And I'm trying to look at a priority for it. Thank you.
So through the chair, so there is a report. It was done by Doug Dixon Associates. They are professional engineers that do our structure inspections. This was added to the last year's round. So every 2 years we do an inspection. The results of the report, and I haven't got a chance to pull it right up, but just maybe quick recollection is that it is a 1 to 5 year horizon to replace. And that's usually fairly conservative. I mean, the engineer recognizes that something needs to be done. They have made a recommendation to retain some of the footings, the abutments, the strength of the bridge, that it's more of a superstructure, the top part replacement. So they've done enough work that they understand where the failure points are, and that there are some significant increases in capacity to match the Canadian Highway Design Bridge Code. So it still will be a single lane bridge, but those are the recommendations that in the more immediate future we should be looking at a rehab of the superstructure, and that's what's on the table here today.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. My other question is, in the report it speaks to Hydro One owning property on one side of the bridge. What's their role and financially responsibility otherwise? And is that land, like how do they come into the picture? Because they're not part of any of the recommendations, but they are they do have a stake in this discussion and decision. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, it was our detailed review of the land fabric and history of the bridge that we found that there's a small piece of land that effectively blocks municipal continuity across, and the lands are owned by Hydro One, but via a conversion of a previous owner similar to that. It's called HEPCO. So what we're probably seeing is if we were to advance the project, they would become a partner in what do you call it, investing the property or basically acquiring the property from HEPCO so that there is a continuous stream of land. Right now it's blocked by a very narrow strip of land that's owned by someone else.
Thank you. And if that would be part of a subsequent staff report, that would be good. Thank you.
Seeing nothing further, do we have a motion, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. So this is the draft motion and subject to council's revision, that the Public Works Report number W24-031 dated August 28th, 2024 with respect to Claridge Lane be received. Further, that the matter be deferred, and further that staff be requested to report back regarding similar scenarios within the township, and further that upon capital funding be approved in the 2025 budget, that staff provide an additional report regarding local improvement process design and final cost estimate.
We have a mover. Member Cox. Member Burkett. One moment before we, Member Minnings.
Thank you. Before the final vote, in the letter from the lawyer that's attached to the package, it says that more than island residents enjoy the use of the bridge. So from my own knowledge, is there a park or another public space on the island? And if not, then who other than island residents enjoy the use of the bridge would that relate to? And I don't know if anyone knows.
Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, no, just to Member Minning's question, at this point in time, there's no public park on the island. So we don't know what that statement is hinting at this time. We can certainly go back to Mr. Kemner and ask for clarification on that if council's direction is so.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair, could I request if you could read that one more time? I lost the last half of that motion there, please.
Dan, do you have a question?
I did. Thank you, through the chair. I did have my card up prior to the motion being read. My question was just about the ownership after. If we were to determine one of these three options, would we be also determining who owns this bridge so that moving forward, there's no question?
Member Burke.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that's actually an integral part of the project. There are some options, and I think the community would like to see municipal ownership and maintenance, in perpetuity of these assets. And to be fair, that's what the local area improvements stream is going to kind of probably promote. So there would be municipal ownership of the bridge, municipal maintenance of the bridge and the roadway, and that's kind of the ultimate goal. But again, it needs community support, the local area community support, to request the township improve these lands to a state that it can be municipally maintained.
Okay, and then supplemental. So if we were to take over ownership of the bridge, the long-term cost would be the municipality's cost, and it wouldn't there wouldn't be any charge to the benefiting owners.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct. Yeah, it's sort of a one-time fee, if you will, for the specific upgrade to level of service.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, can you reread the question?
So the motion reads that Public Works Report number W24-031 dated August 28th, 2024 with respect to Claridge Lane be received. And further that the matter be deferred, and further that staff be requested to report back regarding similar scenarios within the township, and further that upon capital funding being approved in the 2025 budget, that staff provide additional report regarding the local improvement process, design, and final costs estimate.
Do we have a motion? Oh, one moment, Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair to Madam Clerk. So in the report, it says a road on the other side, and I think the residents are also looking for that. But what we need to have in the report is the extent of this road, whether trees need to be cut down, whether or not there needs to be land taken, what it encompasses. Like, the residents need to be aware of what we're looking at as far as a road, and as well as council needs to be aware as well. And costing, if it's part of, I think it was part of the 625, but we need a hard number so that when we take it to budget, the residents are aware and council is aware of the cost as well.
Member Cox.
Through the chair to Public Works, I would like those separated so we know the costs for the road and we know the costs for the bridge. Thank you.
So through the chair, it's always a little bit of this chicken or the egg situation too. So for the 2025 budget, we're looking to, and this will come to budget, but a fee or a fund set aside to advance a design and process of local area improvement is first up, so that you can have cost estimates that are somewhat reliable, a design, geometry, property acquisition, quantity of trees being taken down, very nuanced detail of the works and the form of funding it. That will be part of the works in 25 to advance a report. So the first report, I think, is just to summarize the similar issues and how does the township want to deal with that in terms of process. And it'll be effectively an appendix to the transportation master plan, that there's, you know, a more conversation about these challenges that we have. And then a following report, probably mid to late 25, after some design work has been advanced and conversations have been had additional to this with council and the community to arrive at the funding mechanism. That'll be where we start seeing cost estimates, construction timelines, more details.
Member Cox.
Through the chair to Derek. But Derek, we also have to decide on which option we're doing. So that would come at the capital part of budget? Or would it come after the report on on that? I just would like some timeline on that.
So through the chair, I envision that first a report sort of soon that just talks about an additional conversation of all of the situations that we have here in Severn that are similar to this. Twin Oaks, to name one, West Canal, to name another one. And we can look at a process. We can define, because I think there's a lot of questions on how does the local improvements process work? And so a part of that report is a more of education of the process. Set that report aside. There'll be a capital budget request that is probably in the order of $80,000, let's say, that advances a designer, a consulting engineer, probably some survey of the lands, and an ongoing discussion with the community here to gain that formal support and process of the local area improvement. That would occur throughout 25. There will be multiple connections with council and this committee making decisions as we go along with that process. But we do need some support from, you know, a consulting engineer to help us advance this project.
Supplemental though, how can we do that? We have to decide which option we're going to do. So we would probably talk about options after the report from the Master Transportation on precedent setting. There would have to be another meeting for us to discuss where we're at with this issue, utilizing the information that you're going to bring forward and utilizing the information, the financial information you can give us some good quotes on at that time before budget. I'm sorry, maybe I'm wrong, but I really believe that we haven't decided an option. We can discuss it, but that's where my concern is. You see where I'm going? Like we're talking about that other issues, and then we're talking about going into engineering, but we've forgotten the middle step.
So through the chair, I think maybe the report that's going to just summarize like an appendice to the Transportation Master Plan will be for information, no real decision needed to be made there. It'll give us some insight on how the process works, what the impacts might be if there was sort of a precedent setting of something other than the standard 100% for the benefiting property owners, and then that would be parked aside. The budget request is going to be specifically driven to advance the local area improvement on Clares Bridge, not any other location, that sort of thing. And if we accept that capital works project, then the next process for us is to, continue the conversation, identify some options, including percent cost share if that's on the table, and make decisions with council and the community hand in hand, alongside someone that can help us, a consulting engineer.
You lost me on the middle part.
Madam CEO.
Thank you. I'm just going to try and bridge the gap of what I'm hearing because we're not on the same page. What I think I'm hearing from council is you're looking for a report, a supplemental to the transportation master plan that says, here's the 6 areas that we have specific challenges with on who owns what or whatever it is. And out of that, you want to make a decision on, okay, now that we know what the basket looks like, we want to say, okay, we're in for 25%, we're in for 50, we're in for nothing, or whatever. You want to come up with a standard out of that once you know what the whole basket is, and then that standard would be applied to this request. Is that what I'm hearing you're asking for? It's a little different than what Derek is saying.
It is, but we'll discuss it when we discuss the policy part of it, because I can't see that I could make a decision and say, here's a specific policy that will follow for everybody, because everybody's different. But there is a policy, an overall policy we should look at. And then we need to come back and look at the Clares Bridge issue once we've got that background and decide which option we're going to do, so that when we go into budget, we'll have an idea of where we're going, because we haven't done anything with this report.
Madam CAO.
Yeah. So if I can just maybe try again. I'm hearing what you're saying, but what I'm also hearing the team say is Clares. So I think what's going to come out of the overall basket is right. Every situation is different. So you may come out of your policy may be a range. We may consider funding 0 to 100, depending on what the individual circumstances. That might be what your policy is. In the meantime, budget is coming up really quickly, and Clares Bridge does need some work. So I think what the director is saying is he's going to put some consulting engineering dollars in there to have that design work, because until we have the design work done, we have no idea what the actual number is. We're saying 625, but we know from all our projects, as Mayor Mike said earlier on, sometimes we're heavy and sometimes we're low. So I think he just wants to keep marching on the design. That may mean at the end of the day, we're having some risk on the cost of design because we haven't determined what this cost share is, but it still needs to be done, and it's not the whole project, so the risk is lower.
Supplemental. I totally agree with you, but through the chair to the clerk, where do we make a decision on this report?
Okay. Well, I got to tell you.
No, it's somewhere after that report and before the budget. We have to have a big discussion on this report.
Bear with us.
We're working
on a draft. Bear with us for a minute. We're working on a draft motion for you.
We'll recognize Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair. So decision today we can't make on this report because we haven't got enough information, but we can't, even though that's why I want to defer this report.
I'm saying, sorry.
Just let me finish what I want to say. So here's what needs to happen. Because this is an isolated issue, it's unique. We have other similar issues in the township. So council needs to be aware which direction, so that we can make a collective decision on the options that are here. But we need to know the history of the other bridges, culverts, whatever it may be, that are on private land, and we don't know the ownership of this one 100%. But I think council is in favor of one of these options, as both presenters did come forward and say. So until we have that information to look at the dozen or so that may be within, okay, go ahead.
I if I can, Mr. Chair, I think we have a middle solution for council. So I put an updated motion on. It actually brings forward a third report. So instead of having 2 reports, there'll be 3 on this matter. So you'll have that Public Works Report number W24-031 dated August 24th, 2024 with respect to Claresbridge Lane be received. And further that the matter be deferred. And further that staff be requested to report back regarding similar scenarios with a backgrounder on the general local improvement process. And further that staff be requested to provide a second report to establish the local improvement funding option for Claresbridge Lane. And 3, that further that upon capital funding being approved in the 2025 budget, the staff provided an additional report regarding the Claresbridge Lane, including full design and final cost estimate. I'm sorry, Mr. Dykes, there's no public input at this point.
I realize.
So I saw you move forward. I'm like, the microphone's been turned off.
Member Burkett, Member Minnings, before we vote on the motion.
Hi, thank you. Through the chair. To Mr. Burke, I wanted to ask you, so twice now you've mentioned an appendix to the master transportation plan. So my initial question is this appendix, do you envision it being for all similar projects, like a general appendix? Because, and I see you nodding, but I'll let you answer, because if it is a general amendment to the master transportation plan by way of an additional appendix, then that additional last section of the motion, I don't see how we're going to get full design and final costs in the next 5 weeks. So I still think that is premature, and that for budget, we can absolutely say this is what it's going to cost for a design project, for an engineering company to come in and say, this is what it'll cost, because this is what we always do. Last year's budget, there were lots of several roads that came forward that for various reasons were really in need of some work. But what we approved at budget was not the final cost. We approved a company to come in and engineer that section and say, you know, here's $80,000. Now tell us what it's going to cost. I don't see how they're the same process. So I'm not understanding where Member Cox was going with wanting it all comprehensive and tied up by November 28th.
So through the chair, I think we're actually all kind of saying the same thing. So the report that will generate the appendix is not going to have the very detailed cost estimates. That's not the intent. What it would do, though, is it would expand on a small bit of context that's in the transportation master plan that talks about these transportation challenges. We're going to highlight them all, and we're going to give a bit more detail. Who owns the properties? Because that's something we can check. And, you know, how long has it been developed like that? That's something we can check as well. And what is the funding mechanisms say for each kind of particular scenario? Out of that, and I think the CAO has a really good point, is policy. What is Township Council's policies on these 6 or 7, you know, kind of localized issues that we have identified in the transportation master plan? And that'll give a bit of consistency as we do this for the next decade, about addressing these concerns. Hopefully at the end of my career, we don't have any more transportation concerns, but that's a bit of a pipe dream. And then the next report. So the 2025 capital budget is going to just set an estimate for the design services. We talked about having these roadways and stuff like that. You don't fund the capital in 25. We're actually only looking for a smaller amount of money to advance with a consultant, to assist with the process of local area improvement, to assist with the design values or the design process. And that's going to get us much closer to a cost estimate that we're very comfortable with. Because we know as we refine the project scope, the project's estimate get more refined and more accurate as well. So there's 3 reports here, 2 of which we can do fairly quickly. The last one is going to be like much later in 2025.
Just make a comment. We cannot, because of the rules, recognize anybody else other than the committee. So we'll take Mr. Taylor next.
So just in summary, then through the chair to Derek, the last paragraph, what is that funding in the last paragraph? I'm confused. Because you said something about 2025, but this is going to show up in 5 weeks, correct? So if you can turn the light on for me on that one.
So through the chair, the 25 budget request is going to be very specifically just design services and someone to help us with the local area improvements process, because there is a public meeting, there is there's a bylaw to be written, and that's going to, so some of that we can do internally, but the design itself, like advancing the superstructures, strength and barriers and stuff like that, the details, it's paperwork, but it does need to advance. So I think it makes sense to continue on with that, because the bridge does have, somewhat of a near end of life situation. But that'll also refine the cost estimate. So then when we're all back here in the summer of 2025, we have a fairly accurate figure. We have some drawings. We see what the road might look like, and we see what the bridge would look like. Oh, yeah, like let's say $80,000 estimate.
Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. And I don't want to throw a wrench into this, but I think the residents sitting here assume that the road that's going to be done goes from one end to the other. And if anyone's been on that road, it's a cow's path. It's not a road. What we're looking at for the benefit, well, it is. I drove it the other day. It's a beautiful road. This is what I'm concerned about. It's a beautiful road, but here's what's going to happen. All we need is, if we're going to assume that bridge, if council decides to assume it and take it over, we need to get across that bridge with a plow. Well, if we're going to go over with a plow, all we need is an area to make a circle and come back. We're not doing the whole road, just for the benefit of everyone sitting here. It'll be at the widest point, and I hope Derek has a diagram of what it'll look like. I just don't want any misunderstanding with the residents, understanding that all it's going to be is a turnaround and we come back over the bridge. We're not doing the whole road, just so we're all clear. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Member Cox.
And thank you. That's what I was trying to get to when we were talking about which option are we going to do, because one of the options looked like it was the whole road and we hadn't got there yet. So there you go.
Easy.
Sorry, Chair. I only found that out this morning, and my apologies to Jerry, because I was under the assumption that and that's when I drove the road and found out, well, there's no way, because now they're going, anyways, yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, so per the one that was up on the screen, so the motion as updated reads as the Public Works Report number W24-031 dated August 28th, 2024 with respect to Claresbridge Lane be received, and further that the matter be deferred. And further that staff be requested to report back regarding similar scenarios with a backgrounder on the general local improvement process within the township. And further that staff be requested to provide a second report to establish the local improvement funding option for Claresbridge Lane. And further that upon capital funding being approved in the 2025 budget, the staff provide an additional report, so this will be a third report, regarding Claresbridge Lane Bridge specifically, including full design and final cost estimates.
Do we have a mover? Moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Taylor. All in favor? Thank goodness.
Can we take a 5-minute break while the room clears?
Okay, folks, we're back. We're going to go to G1. Where are we at? G1. Let me get this thing opened up here. Planning report number 24033. Park lot control exemption bylaw, Turnbull subdivision, block 76, 78, and 79. Plan 51M 125. Brackets 3034, 3044, 3060, 3080, Sandy Acres Avenue. Who's going to speak to that? Would that be our planner will speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the township is in receipt of 3 part lot control applications for the Turnbull subdivision, which is located in West Shore. And this is very similar to what council has seen before with respect to the Greenwood Landing subdivision in Coldwater, whereby the construction of townhouses are at the point where the common walls between the units have been surveyed and included on a reference plan, and the bylaws to be considered by council would essentially allow those individual townhouse units to be further conveyed to the prospective purchasers. And the bylaws have been prepared in draft in the report before you in compliance with the subdivision agreement as well as the township's zoning bylaw. So in this particular case, 3 blocks include 17 townhouse units that are before you for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Motion reads that planning report number P24-033 dated September 18th, 2024, with respect to part lot control bylaw applications for the lands described as blocks 76, 78, 79, plan 51M 1251 be received, and that the draft part lot control exemption bylaws included as attachment 4, 5, and 6 to planning report P24-033 be brought forward immediately.
Moved by member Minning, seconded member Taylor. All in favor? We'll move along to G2. Planning report P24-034, 2970 Festerton Side Road, plan of subdivision SVT 2102, and zoning bylaw amendment Z 2114 applications, peer review update, and need for additional public meeting. Ms. Mandeville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee may recall we last talked about this application at a public meeting in April of 2024 before this committee. Subsequent to that, the motion was pulled by council on May 1st, and the resulting motion was essentially that we as staff report back to council once the peer review processes had unfolded further. So committee may recall there was a lot of good discussion about the hydrogeological components of the site being water quantity and quality, similar to every basically unserviced subdivision we have. We're looking at, will the wells be impacted by the neighbors? So there was also some drainage concerns mentioned at that public meeting as well. So before you today is our staff report on where staff believe we are at that process now. So generally speaking, our peer reviews, including our external township engineer, are generally satisfied with where we've gotten to this point. So we are looking for our committee's direction on how to proceed with that. The normal course of action, which is what we are recommending as staff, is that we be directed to report back in the future with a recommendation report to this committee on both the endorsement of the plan of subdivision, which of course is with the County of Simcoe, as well as the potential future passage of the zoning bylaw amendment. There is a few other points on where we've gotten to here in the report in the form of a chart. But I think I'll just leave it at that and happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Any discussion? Member Taylor.
Through the chair to planning, were the members of the public who submitted questions at the April 17th meeting given responses to their questions?
Through the chair to member Taylor's question, they were not given direct answers. They were told to monitor the agenda. Basically, the summarized response to those questions is located in this chart. Some of those folks were ones who had volunteered for the well monitoring program. So there would be ongoing correspondence with them as we start to try to set up parameters around that well monitoring program. But to my knowledge, and I would have to confirm with the consulting team from the applicant side, they were not given any direct answers, no.
Based on the minutes, it said that they would get answers to their questions. So I'm surprised that they have not received any answers to their questions. So that's outstanding. On your chart, it says that the township's consulting Hydro-G notes that fluoride levels and turbidity remain a point of concern. What does that mean? Can you elaborate that?
Through the chair back to member Taylor, it actually says that they're a point of discussion, not a point of concern. It says the township's consulting hydrogeologist notes that fluoride levels and turbidity remain a point of discussion. However, it was noted that these matters can be resolved during the final design stage and conditions of draft approval. So similar to talking process-wise on the last application, what these folks are currently seeking is approval subject to conditions, and those conditions would establish the well monitoring program, establish any requirements for individual future homes, such as treating of the well water, which is very common now. Most people on wells have some kind of UV system or have some other kind of treatment mechanism right on their property to treat that well water. So all of those kind of discussions are still happening, which is why we said it's a point of discussion, and those would be represented in draft plan conditions that we would bring forward to this committee for endorsement, if you will, prior to the county of Simcoe giving approval or not to the subdivision.
Okay, you mentioned the well monitoring program. It's been 5 months since the public meeting. Please describe what is being proposed for the well monitoring program for this location.
Through the chair back to member Taylor. So essentially, all well monitoring programs that we've done for subdivisions are generally similar. So they include taking securities from the developer and then essentially monitoring, keeping track of the well information both on site with this development. So the existing test wells they've done, plus any new wells they do as the subdivision progresses, and then monitoring those in addition to the neighbors who have signed up, which of course the onus is on those neighbors to continue to contribute to the program. But essentially, it's just that. It monitors levels, quantity, and quality. So it establishes a baseline for what people currently have and what people are currently experiencing, those in the developed area, and then seeks to maintain that. So if the new development then has an adverse impact on those existing wells, then there's securities there, money held by the township to ensure that the developer fixes or replaces, as it may be, it gives some kind of remedy to the adverse effects.
So who gets selected to have their well monitored?
Back through the chair again, the details of the well monitoring program still need to be ironed out. So to my knowledge, I don't believe we know the answer to that quite yet. It's basically what is going to next come before this committee is recommendations for approval, recommendations for draft plan approval. So those conditions, the condition would say establishing the well monitoring program, and then that's when that would be established as part of that condition. So we don't have all of that information yet. We haven't gotten there. That's more of a detailed design thing. So we don't know yet. The hydrogeologists definitely have talked about it, ours and the consulting hydrogeologists, but we don't have that set in stone yet.
So I think that April 17th meeting was premature, and it's 5 months later and we still don't have a well monitoring program. I can't believe that. Moving along, back to the well monitoring program. What if one of the residents' well does go dry? What's the recourse to the resident and to the township or to the developer?
Through the chair, back to Member Taylor. So the securities I spoke of and the well monitoring program in general, that is to alleviate that concern. So there would be a legal agreement in place that the developer is liable if that well goes dry as a result of this development over a set amount of time. So we have had various times frames associated with different well monitoring programs. Again, that's not concrete yet, but it would be a period of a couple of years or a few years, depending on the terms of the program. We'll leave it to the two hydrogeologists to make those recommendations since we're not experts in that. But essentially, those securities are there, held by the township, cash or letter of credit securities that could be utilized to then either drill a new well for someone who's impacted or whatever kind of treatment mechanism is required if it's a quality issue rather than a quantity issue. So that's all the details of the well monitoring program. And again, that's done at final design phase. What we'd be coming to committee next with is conditions of draft approval. And one of those conditions would be the establishment of the well monitoring program. So they wouldn't get final approval until that program is in place. And that program would have to be signed off on by our hydrogeologist as well as the developer's hydrogeologist. So although it seems like maybe that to you, that seems premature, it's not in the applicant's best interest to go ahead and do this detailed design until they have conditional approval, right? They need some sort of sense of this is going to be approved. And I would just take this opportunity, as I should have done at the very beginning, to warn the committee that just like the last application, we've been at this for a long time. So, you know, the appeal period clock is already ticking here. And that, you know, would be something that they would take us to appeal on to say, we're offering to do the well monitoring program. It's not an MECP requirement. It's not a ministry requirement. It's something they're offering above and beyond the typical standard for this type of development. And I just would encourage council to keep that in mind as we move forward to more detailed design.
Okay, moving along on the last thing on your chart here, former uses of subject lands, and it says the phase 1 environmental site assessment has been prepared, which states a phase 2 ASA would be required. But in the minutes, Ms. Curry stated that xylene was detected, and this has triggered a phase 1 and 2 record automatically. So why is there phase 2 is still in the future, but she said it was triggered because xylene was detected?
Through the chair to Member Taylor, correct. So in order for them to get final approval on the subdivision, they would have to complete the phase 2 ESA. So they've already done the phase 1 in order to get conditional or provisional or preliminary approval, whatever word you'd like to use there. And then before they can get final approval, before they could build homes there, they would have to successfully complete the phase 2 ESA. So again, that's something that would be done during this detailed design phase, rather than they're trying to do that up front when they don't have any guarantees that the principle of development would be supported by the township and the county of Simcoe.
Okay, and then recapping what happened. So we had a public meeting with people in public and on Zoom, and the motion went through that in essence that we were doing a well monitoring program, and we'd have scheduled an additional public meeting. So that was passed unanimously from all of council. Then 2 weeks later, on May 1st, the question came up, let's discuss more detail on 2970 Pheasant Road. And basically the motion was modified to say that that consideration of an additional public meeting would be reviewed at that time. So we did that unbeknownst to the public. It was, to me, township's word said that we would have a public meeting, and that at a recorded vote of 6-1, that it was allowed that we may look at it. So here we are today. Staff report is not to have a public meeting, but my question is, the people that attended the meeting in person or on Zoom, were they notified of today's meeting, that this is up here? Were they notified? That's my question.
Through the chair, the agenda is made public. They were all told to monitor the agendas. They were not specifically given notice of this discussion. No.
Well, in my opinion, it's such a hot topic, very hot. We talk about customer service. They're a customer of ours. We've let them down, and we've gone around hiding from them in a way and push this thing through without any of their input. And I'm saying that this is warranted an additional public meeting. We've done our best to keep them in the dark. It's been going on for years, and I'm getting emails and texting today saying they weren't even notified. Some of the people that had hot questions here, they'd like to hear the public meetings. They went away thinking we're going to have an additional public meeting, and it's not right. And that's what I'm hoping on a separate motion here, that we still host an additional public meeting to address the concerns of the people in Georgian Heights. And that's all I've got at this point. Thank you.
Okay, Member Burkett,
Thank you.
then
Through the chair.
Member Burkett, then Member Cox, and then Member Minning.
All due respect to Councillor Taylor, I'm hearing from Katie that there are going to be conditions placed on the developer, and not trying to hide anything from our residents. And I know that you've been inundated with calls, but I think I heard Ms. Mandeville say that we don't even need a public meeting anymore. Yes, we voted in favor of another one, and they were to monitor our agendas. Staff are here to help us. We're not trying to hide anything. As far as the well monitoring, I heard from the young lady this morning what's involved from well monitoring. Like, they're hydrologists, they can tell whether or not they're going to drain another well. And water is a huge concern for me as well. So they are liable, and it will be one of the conditions if we move forward with the, I forget what you called it, it's the draft plan. Is that correct, Katie? The draft plan approval. Like, as far as our residents and being transparent, we're here. We're not trying to hide a thing, but if we don't vote in favor of this today, the developer has the right to take it and challenge us at the OLT, which is going to cost us more money. And for what reason? If you can just tell me, please, what you're looking for as far as a public meeting, what more information would you like that we haven't already seen? That's what I'm just curious, please.
I still have a lot of questions I asked today that were asked in April, and they still haven't been answered.
Supplementary, if I may, through the chair, I think all the questions have been answered. If you go through the report, they're all answered. The questions that were posed by our residents and the answer by our staff, it's there.
I threw the mayor a detailed program of the well monitoring program. What is it?
Through the chair, if I may, I think that's part of the condition. So part of the condition, when we approve this draft plan condition, and they won't be able to build these homes unless they can prove that. And Ms. Mandeville may be able to clarify this for me, please, to Member Taylor.
Through the chair to Member Burkett's question, and also through to Member Taylor, I suppose. That's correct. So essentially what happens in the subdivision process is they come in with an application. I don't want to say it's preliminary, but it's not as detailed as the final product. So they come in with concepts, they come in with engineering, hydro-G, all of the studies. You know, as you heard this morning, and we've heard on this file as well, there's many different submissions as we drill down on details. And then we get to a certain point where everyone is comfortable with the concept of the development. So the land use involved, the general size of the lots, the general aspect of the development, everyone's comfortable with that. Once we get to that stage, staff, as well as the applicant and the County of Simcoe, create draft plan conditions, which would be the next step here as recommended by staff. And those draft plan conditions say, now you need to tell us how much gravel A and gravel B and pavement is going on this future municipal road. Now you need to tell us, you know, the water flows. Although they've already done concepts, for example, of the civil engineering, the detailed design of that engineering comes after draft plan approval, just like the details of the well monitoring program would come after draft plan approval, before final approval. Because if you're in the developer's shoes, you don't want to spend a lot of money and you don't have access to a lot of money until you get that first approval. Once you have that first approval, you can start selling lots, you can get financing, all of that, which then pays for the detailed studies and the detailed design that's needed to progress the project. So essentially that's where we're at, is they're waiting for us in the County of Simcoe to say, yes, proceed to detailed design. And to do that, that's when the draft plan is approved. But it's not, they can't start building houses. They can't do anything until a subdivision agreement is entered into. And that's basically the final approval.
Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Katie. My comment was we need to approve this draft plan so we can proceed to get to the specifics, because if we don't, we'll never get to the specifics. And we can't get, the final approval won't go through. And we have our specialist reports. The only thing I might want to add is if it would be possible to take this report and send it out to the people who left us their addresses and their emails, and we'll send them this. And this basically gives them this with an explanation. This is a draft plan approval so that we can go forward to get into the specifics. It's like anything else. You don't still go out and buy it. You've got to look into it. You've got to have all the information. So I'm okay with this, but if we could send this report to those people who gave us their email addresses, that would be, to me, we've covered it. Thank you.
Member Minnings.
I thank you through the chair. In the financial considerations section on page 4, I just have a question about the application that was submitted in 2021. Is that when the 120-day clock starts ticking?
Through the chair to member Minnings' question, that is correct. The 120 days starts after the application is deemed complete.
Thank you. So then when that paragraph goes on to say that it is a risk to the township if we don't make a decision today and or potentially allow a public meeting, then significant costs would be incurred if they go to the Ontario Land Tribunal. But are we not, and have we not been at risk of that since 2021 already? So it's not a new risk by allowing a public meeting. Is that correct?
Through the chair back to Councillor Minnings or Member Minnings, my advice to you, and I think our lawyer's advice would be similar, is that any increased delay increases your risk for appeal. So right now, the Planning Act does not mandate a single public meeting for subdivisions. That was taken out. So we've already had 2 public meetings, which is twice as much public participation as the province thinks we should have. And if we are going to ask for another public meeting, that is going to delay the process. So what we're actually here with today is just endorsement of this committee to continue our normal course of action, which would be to report back on draft conditions and report back on, a report to say, should you approve this or should you deny it? We're not here today to actually talk about approving the subdivision. We're here today to talk about not having another public meeting in an effort to try and speed up this process for the applicants and for the developers. So there is, I would argue, an increased risk if we have another public meeting because it slows the process down. And I believe the CAO may want to add to that. She has her hand up there.
Thank you through the chair. I just wanted to follow up to Councillor Minnings' question, because you're right. The clock starts 120 days after application. However, traditionally, developers don't take you at 120 days because they want to work with you on the back and forth studies. Because if they go at 120 days and they haven't done all their studies, then the OLT is going to say, why are you here? You haven't done all your studies. So they work with us until both sides are satisfied that the studies are there. And then we go to draft plan approval. So now that staff are happy that everything else can be identified through conditions, then now the real risk starts. So yes, it could start at 120 days, but developers don't take you at 120 days. They take you when you get close and they see a path forward, and we're adding more challenges to them.
Okay, thank you. So if I'm understanding correctly, that we've been at risk of OLT appeal sometime in 2021, 120 days after that. And we're currently, because when I first read this, it made it seem that if we made a decision today to not have a public meeting, then this was a new risk that we're assuming. However, it sounds like the township has assumed that risk going on 3 or 4 years. So I just wanted to make that point, that it's nothing to do with having another public meeting, that the risk, the financial consideration to the township has been there for quite a while, and perhaps for good reason, as you outlined, as far as the volleying back and forth and working together. But I just wanted to make that clear, that it's not a risk of the decision today. The risk has already existed. Thank you.
Madam CAO.
I think the risk is significantly increased today. It's not a new risk, you're right, but it's a much bigger risk today.
Member Cox.
Yeah, it's the fact that if we slow down and have this public meeting and the same questions are asked, which have been answered, or you can have the consultant answer, make sure they get them, it looks like we're putting our brakes on when we're right towards the end, the last stretch of the race. And if we do that, then they are going to say, wait a minute, we've done everything, we've jumped the hoops, we've done it all. And you know what? Now we're going. And I could be wrong, but I think that's the way it goes.
Okay, then subsequent, and I can accept what you just said about people have had the opportunity to ask questions and have their questions answered. That's where I think we fell short. We haven't gone back and answered their questions. And frankly, to staff's comment about people are told to monitor the agenda, there's a lot of agendas that come through. And it says on the website, if you want to be, informed of other things under a certain thing, put your email address when delegations come forward. That's been my assumption. And if not, then perhaps there's something in writing that's given to delegates that I'm not aware of, such as the groups today that says, thank you for coming, but you're on your own to monitor for the next year, several years, every week or every month, our agenda. So I'm just wondering, to the point of customer service and making assumptions that people know about meetings, is that these are people who they're not, when I remember the delegation and I reviewed the tape, they're not opposed to the subdivision or the new homes coming. They just were highlighting some concerns that they're already managing among themselves. And by not getting back to them, maybe then there could be some assurance from staff, as Member Taylor said, that we don't assume their questions have been answered, but they actually get sent them, or the person who is the lead person to distribute among the other residents. I just think it's a bit of a shortfall, and depending on how council votes, then I think that would be a solid plan B for me, that they get their answers.
Anyone else? Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair, as mentioned earlier, that April 17th meeting was called by the developer, which we said at the time was premature. A lot of unanswered questions. And in reality, we should have had that meeting now, in reality, because there's a few more of the questions have been answered, but that one in April. So it's like a misnomer. We've already had 2 meetings, but that one didn't really do anything. Nothing gets, that file is sat for 2 years and nothing's happened to it. So I still think that we failed with our word saying we'd have an additional public meeting, we as all of council, and shame on us for not having it. And I would support that we do have another public meeting.
Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair, and no disrespect to Member Taylor, but I don't see any merit in another public meeting. I don't know what we're going to gain out of it. This draft plan conditions, it will outline what the developer needs to do. And if we're going to send something to the residents, they'll be aware, because we can't follow through with their concerns regarding the water and the water monitoring until we approve this draft plan approval. So it needs to move forward. I can't see sitting here having another public meeting. The questions have all been answered in the report.
Just in summary, they would have liked to have known about this report coming way before, and Some of them found out this morning it's on the agenda. It's not enough. It's not fair to our residents. They were concerned back in April, and they're even more concerned today. So they haven't heard anything back from the township, and we've done a very poor job. And one of the reports supported by customer service isn't just the front desk, it's how each department deals with the public. And I think we've done a terrible job with the public on this file.
Member Cox.
I have to disagree in a way, because this is the way we've done all our subdivisions and all our developments. And we've had many people come here and have the same things. And this is how we've handled them. And now it seems to be a problem. I don't believe it is. I believe that maybe we should have, or maybe the developer should have sent out an email to all the people to say, here's the answers to your questions. That's where I feel it falls. We're willing now to have staff send this out to them to help us. But this has been done no different than any other one I've ever seen.
I'll pass the chair to Member Cox.
Thank you.
We're going around here. If we drop the ball, all we can do is say we're sorry for that. Maybe we can improve our skills in notifying people who had concerns regarding this matter. But we can go back and forth here for the next hour or more. Seems to me that if we have done what it sounds that we may have, why don't we just go ahead and apologize to those nice people and endeavor to make sure that the next time that we get a situation of this nature that runs this long, we try to keep them abreast of the situation. So from my side of it, I think that we should end the conversation here and perhaps have the clerk read a motion. That's just the way I feel about it. And if you want to have a recorded vote, that may be fine as well, as far as I'm concerned as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, back to you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Jansen, do you have a question? Madam CAO, please.
Thank you. I just want to circle back there. I'm not keen on the phrase "drop the ball." We meet all planning legislation requirements, so you need to always remember that. And if council wants to go above and beyond, that's fine. We can consider it, but it needs to be an official plan amendment, correct, on doing additional notice, because you can't pick and choose to Deputy Mayor Cox's, and we can't decide this one was more controversial than the one that you just heard. So you have to treat everybody across the board. So we haven't done anything different on this application. We haven't dropped the ball, and we have met all of our statutory requirements and then some. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I didn't necessarily say that we dropped the ball. I said if we dropped the ball. So just to be clear, we need to make sure that this sort of process doesn't take this long again, is all I'm saying. Member Cox.
Yeah, I'd like to call a vote, please.
Okay, motion reads that planning ended. I'm going to ask council, did they want to include that we email out a copy of the report to anyone who's given us an email? Okay, so we'll include that. So that planning report number P24-034 dated September 18th, 2024, with respect to planning subdivision SVT 2102 and zoning bylaw amendment Z2114 applications for the subject lands located at 2970 Festerton Side Road be received. And further, that staff be directed to prepare a recommendation report for committee's consideration at a future meeting without scheduling an additional public meeting. And further, that a copy of planning report number P24-034 be provided to all residents who requested notice or have provided an email to staff.
Question from Member Taylor, please.
Yeah, could I have the part about the public meeting as a separate motion, please?
Certainly. So then the revised original motion will be to receive the report and that a copy of the report be provided to all residents who requested notice or have provided an email to staff.
Mover and a seconder. Moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Minnings, all in favor? Carried.
So the second motion then will read that staff be directed to prepare a recommendation report for committee's consideration at a future meeting without scheduling an additional public meeting.
Do we have a mover? Oh, request to speak, Member Taylor.
Request a recorded vote.
Certainly. So I need a mover and a seconder.
Sorry.
One moment, question, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. I just need some clarity. What are we voting on? I'm confused now.
So the motion reads that staff be directed to prepare a recommendation report for committee's consideration at a future meeting without scheduling an additional public meeting.
We're looking for a report on, without a public meeting, sorry.
So the report would be the final draft approval of the subdivision, which would, according to Ms. Mandel,
It has to come to us anyway.
There's still a final report to come back. This is
has
just the
to come
motion
to us for approval.
Yeah, so this
So where are we
is just a
voting on?
final, so this is just a motion to bring forward that report
Oh,
without having to do another public meeting.
without having to do a public.
Yes,
meeting. Okay.
without having to do a third public meeting.
Are we staying with the same movers and seconders? Yes.
I'll call. So mover and seconder,
Member
member
Minnings,
Minnings,
seconded by Member Taylor.
Okay, recorded vote requested by member Taylor. Member Taylor for or against.
No.
Okay, member Burkett for or against.
Therefore,
Member Cox,
For.
member Jansen,
For.
member Brennan. Okay, member Minnings. Member
Against.
McIntyre.
for
Okay, motion carries. And I believe we're just, Mr. Chair, for your clarity, we're on to H point one, and then we have the two items that were pulled from consent.
new business, Councillor Member Brennan.
Thank you. What a fun time to be talking about this now. Right before lunch. Brutal. I am not going to repeat the document that accompanied this proposed. There is one change, and Councillor Taylor did bring it to my attention that when I talked about the LCCPA plan in the backgrounder, I left out, what township was it?
Springwater.
Springwater. So just want to note that Springwater was also part of that little deal. So let me just move to the chase. I got a few points on this. You know who Quest is based on my description. You have the background as I understand it on planning. If the planning people object to that, let me know, but I think I got it. And basically, we have an opportunity here. I'm going to just recite the inputs. So the inputs would involve an interview stage and a community workshop with the costs covered by Quest, as well as information sharing as needed. For outputs, we and each community that's involved in this research across Canada would receive a net zero pathway specific to them and contribute to a broader report on rural remote net zero action that will be communicated to the provincial and federal governments. Okay, so then the question is why and what's going on. So I want to say Severn Township can be pretty proud of the work they've done. The council back in 2018, I thought they had a lot of foresight based on any review I've done on this. And but we now have an opportunity to consider ways and means of going beyond that plan. We have an opportunity to participate in a research study that is directed specifically to rural communities. And they're simply looking at opportunities, challenges, and motivations unique to communities like ours. And that is one of the appeal for me bringing this forward. So why now? It's time to review where we're at. A lot has changed since 2018. We have an opportunity to go to a new level of commitment dealing with climate change through an up-to-date lens. On the way there, we would, of course, work with the county, and I haven't been in touch with the county, but it goes without saying, and with SSEA, who I discussed this with, their director on Friday. And the main thing was, if we're going to do this, the first step will be to make sure it's not a duplication of what we've got on board now through the current climate action plan. If it is, we wouldn't be interested in going beyond step one. But having said that, the director
of SSEA is interested in what we might be able to get out of this. So she's willing to participate. Second, there have been lots of changes to Ontario's energy programs, mostly rules. Just last week, I sent out to the council the rules changes for windmills. We've dealt recently with the gas hookup situation where the province voted in favor of doing that. The emissions curve itself, which is a lot of the emphasis in our current climate plan, is being substantially affected against a new set of rules. And we need to look at that. We've got these goals to receive by 2028, 2030, 2050. What's going on here? Third, there are recent programs federally that make new opportunities perhaps more interesting. And let's be realistic. You can probably expect a fairly significant change in federal government next year, which will raise another question. Because if the carbon tax, as Buddy puts it, is changed, again, the whole emission situation becomes a new challenge. It's not that we can't start thinking about what the alternatives are to bend the emissions curve in the absence of what economists currently say is the best way to do it. So fourth, our best defense, there is an active climate denial campaign in Simcoe County right now. There is a group that's spreading all kinds of disinformation and misinformation about the goals and objectives we currently have in play. And in my view, if we're, the idea that climate breakdown is not basically a red tape issue, and also spewing specific proof around this issue isn't going to change people's mind. We need to take opportunities to engage community and individuals on the matter and make sure they have a clearer understanding of what these issues are. This is an urgent issue. It is not a distant, sustainable objective. And so there are options to do that, and I think we should entertain them. We don't have to make a commitment based on this research paper anytime soon. When we get it, we can decide and cherry pick as we see fit. Now, number 5, work is being done by local businesses and other sectors. In particular, Julie and I talked about the farm communities and the efforts they're making to change practices to reduce emissions. We, in our strategic and economic planning, want to partner with those groups. And we want to advocate for them in the efforts to do this because they're doing some good stuff, but it's not packaged in our overall messaging. Number 6, we are now planning to build hundreds of homes in Severn Township. And we, in my view, need to start monitoring the impact of these developments on the emissions curve. I spoke with Sia about this as well and said, look, it seems to me at this point in time, we're adding hundreds and hundreds of homes to Severn Township. What is the impact of gas-fired furnaces and transportation changes to our challenge today? We don't know it. Can it be measured? You bet it can. It sure can be measured. So we can monitor our success against that. And so that's pretty important. The other thing is we have, and I think they did a pretty darn good job of it, we have produced by the county a large, significant land use community planning document. That's its name. And it needs to be integrated into our planning process over the upcoming year or two. So here, the timing to get ideas for integration, to me, is perfect. Even if we're going to get a few good ideas in cost-effective ways. And then I'm going to just go with my last one, number 7. And this one is a touchy one. We need to characterize the state of understanding and the key linkages between biodiversity loss and climate change. This is tough. Now, a ton of work has been done on biodiversity and climate change assessment by the U.S. Geological Survey in cooperation with Canada and Mexico. There's some interesting stuff coming out of that. One of the things that our changes in planning has done is become a serious threat to biodiversity loss in our communities. But an easy example, all you have to do is talk to the Sierra Club of Canada about the Endangered Species Act and how it's been changed, and their major concern about biodiversity loss. So while we don't drive some of these bigger pictures, some of the decisions that we make relative to protection and so forth are going to be very specific, very significant. We need to explore potential significant economies in terms of natural asset management. We can provide leadership. We can provide a legacy here. We can take the fabulous work that was started by the council in 2018 and go a little bit further, or you can say, no, I hope at the end of the day, we have a product that gives us a few yeses to move forward. I'm looking for your approval to start to engage with Quest and SIA, and if necessary, and based on any advice I get from the planning people here, the county, to see if if moving forward with this research project would be of additional value, and if it is, then to let them do their thing, and we'll work with them. They're covering the costs of the work, they say. I will mention there is one possible. I'm not going to turn around and ask SSEA to do anything for free. We all know how they're suffering now, but I think for the initial assessment, I don't see there being any big change in cost to us at all. But down the road, if extra work would have to be done by then we would have to reevaluate our financial relationships and contracts with SSEA, which I think Mark would agree has to happen anyway, based on what I hear is done with the Township of Georgian Bay and where Tay is going in my discussions. So my simple request is, let us go and explore a little bit. I'll get back to you with an interim thing based on the early discussions, and we either pull out or we go forward. But I don't think we have anything to lose, and I think it might be exciting for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. First up is Member Cox.
Through the chair, I agree with what you said, and it's free, which is
very good,
which is nice. I just want to ask Miss Woodrow, have you heard of? And I'm not questioning your because have you heard of, like, is this something that you would agree that we need to we could do?
If I may, Mr. Chair, through you to Deputy Mayor Cox, certainly it's a potential opportunity given the policies in our new official plan and what we heard from council during that process. I don't see why not. It involves SSEA, our partner. So it certainly is the directive our official plan is going.
Thank you very much. And as far as if it costs us anything from the SSEA, we do have some money in the reserves of the SSEA under our name if we need it. So
they may well be listening right now.
No, they haven't taken it yet. And I do agree that it is something we need to look at. And I think possibly once we do look at this, I think we need to relook at how do I say this? I don't know that we have I know Andrew, I think, is the delegate climate person, but I'm thinking maybe we need to sort of all in our heads think about if this comes back and we want to do something, maybe the next term of council may want to look at an environmental committee, or they may want to look at a staff member who's associated with it, or if the SSEA wants to lead it. But I feel that we did this in 2018 and it just kind of went like this. And I don't want it to get lost if we're going to discover and do things, and that it is very important. So that might be something we want to look for next term of council and check with the SSEA. Maybe that's something that they could help us with or be on a committee with. But thank you.
Member Minnings.
Hi, thank you. Through the chair. My question is, who in staff would have oversight for this? Over the past couple of years almost, I've been hearing that staff don't have time, fill in the blank, for taking on additional work and focus. And so is there a plan, and would there be? I get it that there isn't a direct cost, but even filling out a questionnaire, pulling staff away from their jobs is a cost. So that's my first concern. Is there someone who already has that perhaps under their job description? I'm not familiar with what the previous council did. And second to that was a suggestion about creating a committee based, with representatives from the community who have expertise and interest in this to lead it, which is the direction that I would go, rather than make it a function of a position within the township. So my question was, is there a staff person currently that has this on their job?
Madam CAO.
Thank you. Through the chair, there's not a specific staff person, but we do these questionnaire kinds of things all the time when they come up, and it tends to be a shared responsibility between the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning. It depends what flavor they're looking for, but they put their heads together and answer. And I think that's all they're looking for is some information to start. And to me, it sounds like the in-community workshops is something that they're going to run, not us.
Member Jansen.
Thank you. And through your chair to Member Brennan, I just want to say I admire your understanding of these complex issues of environment and the climate. I would support going through this process to see if there's any ways to make improvements to our own actions to reduce our environmental impacts. I believe you mentioned it's a free service. I think it's definitely worth undertaking this process and seeing what actions we get out of the other side that we can do our part.
Anything further from anyone? Do we have to have a motion, Madam Clerk, to receive the report? Thank you.
Thank you. So there was a motion in Member Brennan's report, so I'll just read it out. So the motion reads that the Township of Severn seeks to participate in Quest research study directed at rural and remote communities across Canada to update and enhance our climate action planning through seeking opportunities, challenges, motivations unique to our community and undertaking a net zero action. And further that the Township work to involve SSCA, our trusted partner in climate planning, and the county in this initiative to optimize our success in developing a report with recommendations that are meaningful, practical, challenging, and measurable, and that demonstrate leadership on this matter for our citizens.
Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Member Brennan, seconded by Member Taylor. All in favor? Carried. I believe, are we moving on to consent agenda E1?
Yes.
Okay, E1 will be pulled by Member Brennan.
If I can get this in context, you asked for questions, and I think you got a correspondence from Mark and myself only. Or was there more? I'm just wondering.
If I may, through you, Chair McIntyre, to Member Brennan, I received only your questions, Member Brennan, and confirmation from Member Minnings in support of your questions.
Okay, so how would you like it? Like, can we just there's 15 questions, and I'm not looking for you to second guess what's going on in the world here. I just thought there's so many things confusing in that document. It's a done deal. It's coming our way. I just would love to get a little better understanding of those 15 points. I've sent them to you. Do you want to just run through them, or how would you like to deal with that?
If I may, Member McIntyre. So first of all, thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated when the questions are sent in advance. To assist today, we have Kathy Suggett from MHBC on Zoom. Kathy is a co-author of the chart that is contained in the agenda. So Kathy's kindly agreed to make time today to assist in running through the questions.
Thank you. It's wonderful.
Kathy, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. Thanks for the opportunity to join you and provide hopefully some guidance in this regard. As you've noted, the new provincial planning statement 2024 will take effect on October 20th of this year. And it states in there very clearly that all decisions related to planning matters must be consistent with that document on and beyond that date. There was a question in the list of questions that were provided regarding matters of transition. To my understanding, there is a posting on the environmental registry seeking comments up until October 4th regarding matters that are in process. They are inviting comments by presumably developers, applicants, probably are the more likely ones looking to share their thoughts in terms of how matters in process today could be dealt with such that municipalities or planning authorities can make decisions accordingly following the effective date of the new PPS. I guess just in summary, and I don't know whether you want me to go through each of the questions that were provided by Member Brennan. In summary, I would like to just suggest that the work that we did with township staff ahead of you as council looking to adopt the new official plan back in June, we took the time ahead of that to, I guess, update the document as best we could based on the direction we figured the province was going with the new PPS. At that time, the second iteration of the PPS had been released for comment. We looked at it and figured that this was coming sooner than later, and it was probably best to look at your new official plan, bring forward that document such that the policies were very much in line with what we assumed was going to be the new planning policy framework that the province would decide upon at some point this year. So the new official plan that was adopted by council in June and is before the county for approval now has taken into account a big amount of the changes that are reflected in the PPS. So we looked to kind of remove some of the policies that were in there that were very specific to the growth plan and tune them to be more in line with what we figured was coming in the new provincial planning statement. We removed some of the policies that we knew were no longer going to carry forward. We made allowances for things that we figured were going to be coming into effect. So by and large, I think those measures have worked in your favor in that hopefully the county, now that they know what the time frame is for the new provincial policy framework to be in effect, they can be reviewing your official plan with that in mind, and hopefully any modifications that are necessary to the adopted document are very small in comparison to what could have been the case if we had not taken the time to do that updating to your document before you readopted it. I think the other general comment I would make insofar as the new PPS is that some of the questions from Member Brennan even kind of hinted at this. There's a lot of vagueness in the language that is coming forward in the new PPS. And that is probably very much by design of the province. They've removed some of the specificity that was drilled down specifically under the growth plan. The language has been kind of smoothed out and left to, I think, the devices of each municipality to kind of figure out what that looks and feels like given the local character. There were a couple of the questions Member Brennan spoke about or asked about in terms of, well, what will this mean in Severn Township? And I guess my answer to that would be, I think that's something the township will need to explore going forward. We've done our best to position the township's official plan to be prepared for some of that shift over to this new policy framework. However, there are nuances in there that you will need to undertake as a municipality to discover kind of what you believe are then the additional guidance policies that should be added to the OP. I hate to say it, but as an update to the OP in the not too distant future, to provide that level of guidance that is more specific and helpful in your context. Some of it will relate very much to level of service available in any of your settlement areas, for example, in comparison to the rural areas and that sort of thing. So there's I think a generalization or a vagueness given in some of those policies that allows municipalities to work within and try to identify what that means in your specific context. There's also opportunity in here for further collaboration for example, post-secondary institutions. There was a question regarding, is Severn responsible for having to undertake conversations with Lakehead University? My answer to that would be no, because that institution is not within Severn. However, you have a real opportunity given the close proximity and the fact that you may have opportunity to work both with Lakehead, but also with the city of Orillia in perhaps coming up with creative housing solutions and options to help out with the student population in the area. So it's just another example. There were other questions related to things like the housing affordability. How do we as a municipality, set certain parameters, but then actually make those happen? And I think that is the golden goose egg question that everybody is asking. Sure, the province can require municipalities to establish targets and then to seek to implement those. If that was an easy answer, we wouldn't be in the housing crisis we're in now, and it's not specific to Ontario. I think, again, what we're looking for there is opportunity to work with the County of Simcoe, the housing service manager, to look cooperatively with other municipalities to try to figure out maybe what is more reflective of a regional market area, because Simcoe County is a huge upper level of government. It would be my suggestion that the township would seek to try to encourage conversation with the county on a smaller component of the county to look to identify it as a sub-region for comparison's sake, to identify those benchmarks of what is affordable in that more local context. Because let's be fair, the price of housing in, Severn or Romera is probably not the same as it is now pushing in Bradford or Innisfil or, areas like Barrie and South. So it's those sorts of things. I think there's opportunity in here to explore some of these further through identifying maybe some of the priorities that the township might have to say we need to jump on these and update the official plan appropriately. But as I mentioned, we've done what we could ahead of the fact, ahead of asking you to adopt it again in June and hand it off to the county for their approval. And hopeful that step we took is set the stage nicely to at least have an updated official plan in your hands in the not too distant future that is very consistent with this new PPS, and will allow you to then focus in on the specifics of other changes that took place that you would like to prioritize and update your plan further to provide that level of policy specifics that reflect the local context. Let me know if there's any other specific questions you'd like me to provide any answers to, but hopefully that's a bit of a general overview.
No, that's great. It sounds like from what you're saying, for the first 12 questions, you've answered some of them, and all the rest I got people around here I can annoy for some of those answers, so that's good. Could you answer the last three questions though? 13, 14, and 15 on the sheet.
Okay, I've got that up on my screen. Question 13 was regarding stormwater management. What is the significance of removing the reference to, in quotes, the impacts of a changing climate? I had kind of looked back at that and noted to myself as a potential answer here is that the concept of planning for a changing climate has been incorporated now into a more, I would call it a more general policy 2.9, and it's kind of covering off this notion of planning in that sense, including planning for infrastructure and development. with that in mind. But what it did was it took it out of the specific category of policies around infrastructure and planning in that regard for sewer and water and stormwater management. So it's been softened to a degree, I would say. It's still there, but it's been parked in another policy under a kind of a more general heading. So I would say that it is still there. It's not directly mentioned under the categories of sewer, water, and stormwater, but the direction is still there to municipalities to ensure that they are planning both for infrastructure and development to look at things through that lens. Hopefully that's helpful to you in that one. Question 14 you had was, what is the significance of now including, in quotes, shoreline areas that need to be identified and maintain function? And this was, I think, in regards to, we had highlighted a change and a new term being brought forward that incorporates shoreline areas as a component of I forget what the term was, but it was under kind of the heading of water and water management. And really it's what we're seeing here is the significance of mentioning these shoreline areas is they're very much a part of areas that municipalities need to be cognizant of to measure and protect or put in place measures to protect, improve, and restore water quality and quantity. So in the case of Severn, for example, where you've got a lot of shoreline and the official plan policies that we had worked on with your staff to ensure that there was measures there to try to keep as much of the shoreline in a natural state as possible, ensure there were setbacks from the high water mark, that sort of thing. All of that would be appropriate under this to recognize that the shoreline areas are a component of the measures and the areas that municipalities have opportunity to put in place protective measures through policies and zoning bylaw provisions to ensure that that goes towards the opportunities to protect and improve and restore the water quality. Hopefully that is helpful in that regard. And then your final question was around the mapping of the provincial agricultural system. You had asked why was the mapped agricultural system removed and how do we identify the prime agricultural lands now? So I can't answer why it was removed. I'm not sure what the motivation of the province was at that time. However, I can note that in the new provincial planning statement, there is still the requirement there for municipalities to have to designate and protect prime agricultural areas. And prime agricultural areas are determined based on the Canada Land Inventory, the classification of lands. And prime agricultural areas are classes 1, 2, and 3, as well as specialty crop areas. So the requirement is still there for municipalities to have to designate and protect those areas for long-term for agricultural purposes. Hopefully that has helped to answer those.
Thank you very much. That was great.
Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair. Hi, Kathy. And for those of you who don't know Kathy, I know you've seen her work for MHBC, but she was down at the county. And I've been there 3 times now. And anytime in my previous years, Kathy was always there in the back room. The last 3 times there's been no one. So I sure do miss you because I still can't get an answer as to where our OP is, but I'll leave it for a later date. I'm sorry I didn't give you the question beforehand, but the heritage mapping, like what happens in this new policy? And for example, the one that's close to the township office just down the road from here, there's in the secondary plan, it's mapped heritage mapping. Does it stay or does it get removed or how will that work moving forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that the policies regarding cultural heritage, built heritage are still very much there to protect the resources that have been identified. I'm not familiar with the exact mapped site or cultural heritage feature that you're talking about, but I would say that that isn't going away. I think what's been identified and mapped will be continued to be protected and recognized through this new framework. There were changes to the Planning Act and the Ontario Heritage Act. Can't remember if that was through one of the changes last year or earlier this year. It's hard to keep track of all these, but I know there's direction to municipalities to have to go through the inventory of registered or protected properties to evaluate whether those are still appropriate to be protected in those levels. So again, not familiar with whether it's a site or a built cultural heritage property that you're talking about, but hopefully that's answered your question. And if not, I can seek to try to get some additional information and provide that back to you.
Thank you. Supplementary, if I may. You spoke before to one of Member Brennan's questions, the agricultural mapping in 1, 2, and 3. Do they update that, or is the mapping from years ago?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as far as I'm aware, that was a provincial undertaking many decades ago, and it has not been updated. It's highly unlikely that the soils change in that regard. I suppose there's a potential that some of the specialty crop area lands might change as a consequence of drainage. But by and large, the classifications were based on available information, and I can't remember even when it dates back to. I think it was in the 70s that was done, based largely on topographical information, tree cover, all of the different components that went into determining where the various types of soils were. So I don't think that that's been updated in kind of a landscape scale. It might have been updated on small areas due to specific pressures. But again, part of that is it gives that high level information. And then as municipalities would deal with perhaps development proposals, that's where the detail has to come out more so on a site specific investigation.
Thank you.
Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. I'm sorry, Kathy, but my questions aren't for you. I just have a specific one for staff. When we get to page, and I'm sorry, I should have, but I thought he'd covered everything. I can ask it after if you want. It's page 13 or on the report, like on the report page, but page 11, it's on employment area definition. And it's okay if you don't want to answer right now, but it's on 2.812. What it comes down to is I'm questioning about Southhorn Road, the employment land right now. It does say that they can come back to us and ask to have it removed. Oh, Kathy, maybe I'm wrong, that I read that. It said, several will want to look at where industrial warehousing could be appropriate. The land use, it does say that the people can come back, the owners can come back and ask to have their land removed from employment or ask to have their land put into employment. Am I right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I believe the way you're looking at it would be appropriate, but there are, I guess, again, criteria or provisions that are provided in the policies that help to guide a municipality in considering those types of requests. So similarly to how we had kind of looked at the official plan policies prior to the adoption back in June, we were trying to kind of anticipate where this was going at a provincial level, but recognizing there were going to be checks and balances. And this is one of the areas that I see that the municipality will want to probably look more carefully again once the county does make a decision on the township's official plan. And depending on what happens with the county official plan amendment, OPA 7, their kind of growth forecasts and growth management amendment, the township probably has to go through an exercise again of evaluating its land needs and where those lands should be appropriate to this new definition of employment areas specified by the province now, to evaluate where the employment areas should be designated and other areas that could accommodate jobs, but they're not necessarily employment areas. They would be more akin to a mixed use type of area. That I see as somewhat of a carryover of this change to this new policy framework.
Okay, thank you very much. I have other questions, but I can come ask. That's okay.
We're going back to Ms. Woodrow.
Perhaps Chair McIntyre, I can just add to one of Member Cox's points that actually is a question of Member Brennan's as well. So Kathy had just noted about the need to further review our employment lands moving forward. That is something that the county has offered to help us with as it's part of their growth amendment, and also cost sharing. So I know you had concerns, Member Brennan, with respect to downloading of costs and that sort of thing. So in order to implement the county's amendment, they have offered on a number of fronts, including the employment areas, the Greenland studies, that sort of thing, to potentially cost share. There are some municipalities who are trudging forward and they want to do it on their own. But for smaller municipalities, the county is offering that olive branch to potentially partner moving forward.
Anything further that we require from Kathy? Seeing no questions further, Kathy, thank you for your report and your update. Appreciate it immensely. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Take care.
You too.
Okay, so the related motion reads that planning report number P24-035 dated September 18th, 2024, with respect to the proposed provincial planning statement PPS 2024 be received for information.
Moved by Member Brennan, second by Member Cox. All in favor? Carried. Back to consent E2.2. Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair, mine's real quick. Katie, could you just explain what needs to be done? Thank you.
Through the chair, what is before you here is a request from Morgan Planning to lift a 1-foot reserve adjacent to his client's property. They would like to proceed with a severance application to the Committee of Adjustment. It's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation here because technically they don't have frontage on the road, but if we release the 1-foot reserve before they get the severance, then what are we releasing it for? Because the purpose of the 1-foot reserve is to prohibit a driveway there. So it's a little bit of a back and forth. So what staff are proposing is that council, or this committee rather, endorse the concept of releasing the 1-foot reserve once they have it surveyed as part of a future severance application. So we do have a motion for your consideration rather than writing a simple report back. The 1-foot reserve does extend along 2 properties. So staff's recommendation to committee would be just to release it from the property that's asking for the release rather than releasing the entire 1-foot reserve. So I believe the clerk has a motion drafted up for that.
Madam Clerk, read the motion.
Certainly, the motion reads that following the submission of a reference plan by the applicant to legally describe the 0.3 meter reserve along Alana Drive adjacent to 4244 Wayneman Line, staff be directed to prepare a draft bylaw to lift the 0.3 meter reserve for council's consideration.
Do we have a motion? A mover, rather. Moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Burkett. All in favor? Carried. Move on to new business. We did all that. No closed session. No, none of that. Motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn at 1:02 PM.
Moved by Member Brennan, seconded by Member Taylor. All in favor?
Have a good
Have a
day.
great day. Take care, everyone.